Please welcome your host, political commentator, social impact leader, and author, Alencia Johnson.
Good morning. Now, listen, I'm from the South. My daddy's a pastor. Good morning. Welcome to the 5th Annual Global Black Economic Forum Executive Summit. How are we feeling? Good. I am so honored to be back here as your host again for this very special curated convening because, as you all know, we like to get to work. But we are here because there's a lot happening in the world right now. We are under spiritual, political, and cultural attacks from every direction, all at the same time. Economic opportunity is under siege. The Supreme Court is chipping away at voting rights. Temporary protected status has been stripped from communities who have built lives here. Journalists are being arrested for doing their job. Our history is being erased from classrooms and archives. ICE is terrorizing our communities and taking the lives of people who are simply using their voices. Queer and trans communities are under attack. Abortion rights remain under assault. And underneath all of this is artificial intelligence, moving unchecked with no guardrails, reshaping our jobs and our future without consent. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. But to be clear, that isn't chaos. It's strategy. You see, overwhelm and confusion is a tool of the oppressor and fascism. And we have to be very clear that that was designed to scatter our attention off of the goal. But it will not work on us, right? We are focused and we are clear on the mission ahead. And that's why I'm so honored to continue to work with the Global Black Economic Forum, who has paired this convening with action. Because this year they have been advancing litigation to defend equitable contracting. They've been advocating nationally for fair access to federal contracts and capital, and producing reports that put data behind what our communities have long known, that economic opportunity is under attack and we have to organize to protect it. So every year, we bring together the most brilliant minds, business leaders, philanthropists, venture capitalists, policy leaders, and culture makers to address the most pressing needs addressing the Black diaspora. This summit exists because our ability to build wealth, access to care, and live safely is directly connected to the state of democracy, policy, and power. So today's summit will tackle the future of work, wealth, health, and democracy. Each of you is here for a reason. Your influence reaches business, tech, and culture and policy. And most importantly, innovation. Our challenge today isn't just to name the problems, it's to spark real, measurable solutions together. And we want to make sure that those solutions reach beyond this room. And so, yes, you all will be taking those back home. But we are also live streaming this very summit on YouTube, LinkedIn, gbef.com, and essence.com. So text your friends who wanted the invite or who couldn't be down here at Essence. So before we dive in, I want to thank our sponsors and partners who make all of this possible. And it's a nice long list, which is a good thing. So if you can keep your applause till the very end. Our leading partners, Entergy, SCIU, Vituity, Onyx Impact, American Psychiatric Association, Gilead Sciences, Black Voters Matter, SisterSong, Omidyar, and Black Futures Lab. And we would also like to thank all of the organizations and companies who are supporting today and this whole weekend of GBEF programming. Neutral Grounds, EHBCU, Vote HBCU, the Lawyers Committee, National African American Insurance Association, Watering Hole Media, the College Board, Act Blue, U.S. News and World Report, Native Land Pod, UNCF, Lumina, Borealis Philanthropy, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, and Job One. You can clap now. And of course, a special thank you to our event and creative producers, MVD Inc., for bringing today's vision to life, yes, as Black woman owned, and all of the supporting staff at GBEF and here at the Four Seasons, and most importantly, shout out to Essence. We have an exciting and packed day, clearly a lot of work to get done in today's summit. But before we look ahead, let's take a moment, as the principal of Sankofa tells us, to look back.
The controller does not have the legal authority to ignore the laws or rewrite the laws passed by the Texas state legislature.
We're not just talking about a pilot program or a temporary fix. For 35 years, the HUB program has been the law of the land.
This program exists because history demanded it to exist, so that minority-owned businesses can have a seat at the table. It's that simple.
When we talk about certifications, we are talking about livelihoods. We are talking about people who earn their way.
I have experienced race-based bias firsthand as the face of Ipsum. I have been ignored by clients who assume I am not Ipsum's owner because I'm Hispanic. Clients have challenged my authority and knowledge on the job site because I'm Hispanic. The HUB program helped level the playing field.
These businesses, along with many others, are at risk of losing business opportunities and suffering significant financial harm.
All three officials, just like the acting controller, have failed to comply with explicit requirements under the HUB legislation.
The controller can have opinions. The controller cannot rewrite the law. The fact that he wasn't even elected by the people of the state of Texas actually makes this even worse.
And now let's give it up for the man who, when he calls any of us, we immediately say yes, because he won't get off the phone until we say yes. Was very clear-eyed about the work to be done and continues to bring us all together. The CEO and president of the Global Black Economic Forum, Alphonso David. Woo!
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for attending yet another Global Black Economic Forum Business Summit. I want to begin this morning with the words of one of the most extraordinary legal minds this country has ever produced, Judge Constance Baker Motley. In 1964, at the height of the Civil Rights Movement, she spoke of a nation under pressure to confront, quote, economic and educational deprivation, poor jobs, and social indignity, unquote. And yet, if we're honest, those words don't really read like history. They read like a warning written for this morning. Because the struggle for economic justice and social justice has never been about access to a lunch counter or a classroom or the ballot box. It has always been about access to power, access to capital, access to ownership, access to health, access to work that pays a living wage, access to democratic systems that determine whether our communities are protected or discarded. Today, those fights are taking new forms. As you heard from Alencia, they show up in attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace and the marketplace. They show up in efforts to weaken healthcare systems that millions of people rely on. They show up in judicial decisions that dilute the political power of Black communities and other communities of color. They show up in lending rules, procurement systems, algorithms, classrooms, as well as state houses. And they show up globally in economic inequality, educational exclusion, attacks on LGBTQ communities, and policies that determine who gets to live freely and who is forced to survive at the margins. That is why this gathering matters every single year. At the Global Black Economic Forum, we bring all of you together, both here in person as well as virtually, to think about how we can advance a movement forward. Yes, we face significant obstacles, but we can drive solutions. Our work is organized around the future of work, the future of health, the future of wealth, and the future of democracy, because those issues are not separate. They're connected. You cannot build wealth without access to capital. You cannot sustain work without health. You cannot protect health, work, or really wealth without democracy. You cannot live in a democracy in any meaningful sense if economic opportunity is only reserved for a few. So we gather today not to simply name what is broken, but to build what comes next. Because despite all of the challenges before us, we continue to rise. We continue to rise with creativity, tenacity, strategy, and hope. Across Africa, South America, the Caribbean, here in the United States, and throughout the Black diaspora, there are opportunities to invest differently, to govern differently, to build differently, and to lead differently. And at this summit, we lean into that purpose. And to tell the truth about this moment, we have to actually stand both in our past, in our present, and imagine what a future could look like that is equitable and inclusive. To confront the systems that continue to restrict opportunity, and to leave this room more aligned, more prepared, and more committed to building a future our communities actually deserve. So to begin our summit this morning, we reflect on where we have been. You saw in the video we have launched a landmark piece of litigation in Texas, representing more than 7 plaintiffs and more than 16,000 people who have been decertified simply because they're women and people of color who own businesses. I want to allow you to welcome, and help me welcome, I should say, to the stage 3 partners that I've been working with, not only this year, for many years, to advance social justice and economic justice. First, please welcome Cortena Williams, who is the founder and CEO of Williams Professional Water Restoration Service. You'll learn about what that is in a minute. Second, Don Cravins, the president and CEO of the National Minority Supplier Development Council. And Monica Simpson, the executive director of SisterSong. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your vision. This work is hard, particularly now. And before we get into what we are working on collaboratively, individually, I want to sort of walk through who you are, what you do, and why your work connects to our work. So, Monica, maybe we'll start with you.
Sure. Thank you so much, and good morning to everybody. So excited to be here. My name is Monica Simpson. I'm the executive director of SisterSong. We are the National Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective, and our work is about advancing reproductive justice and securing human rights in this country. And for those who are not familiar with the reproductive justice frame, it was a frame that was developed by Black women in 1994 that asserts that every individual has the human right to be able to make their own decisions about their bodies, their families, and their futures. And this work for us is inextricably linked to the work of economic justice, because we know that in order for people to thrive in their lives, to think about their families, to think about their own ability to make their decisions about their bodies, that the economic realities of their lives are directly connected to that. And our work has been about illuminating the intersections of that work and building on that power together. And we've been doing that very effectively, I think. But I also think that it's really important in this moment when we think about all of the attacks that are hitting us, right? You all have seen all the attacks on the economic justice side. We've seen the dismantle of Roe. We have seen how abortion bans are killing Black women. We have seen how the maternal mortality crisis is also affecting Black women disproportionately more than any other group of people in this country. And we can go on, and we've lost our babies, right? We just lost a 1-year-old in Mississippi, right? So the attacks are real. And if we don't think about how we do this work intersectionally, and if we don't think about how important it is for us to build in that way, then I am in fear of what our actual success could be. So our work has been about building that. It's been about growing that together so that we can actually be strategic in our fight and we can be more effective in how we are actually getting the solutions that our communities need.
Thank you. Don. A little bit about who you are, what you do, and what our partnership is.
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's great to see you all. Welcome to the great state of Louisiana, a state I spent my first 37 years in. I served in the legislature here, and I'm going to talk about NMSDC in a second, but I want to take a point of personal privilege, which when you're in a legislative body, if you want to bring attention to something or someone, you go to the microphone and you say, I want a point of personal privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning my point of personal privilege is to talk about Alphonso David. I flew into New Orleans. I can't get to my hometown, which is about 2 hours away, and my parents are going to be mad that I even came here. But I came here for Alphonso David and to talk to you all about one thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are absolutely under attack for no good reason. But I sleep good at night, knowing that our generation's Thurgood Marshall, our generation's Motley Baker Motley is right here in Alphonso David. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you, Alphonso. You are helping us navigate this tough time. And we couldn't ask the good Lord for a better person to do that with us. And I love you. And I thank you. Because this is hard and it's passionate. Because who we are as a people, American people, is literally under attack. NMSDC, the National Minority Supplier Development Council, was founded in 1972 after the Civil Rights Movement, when Richard Nixon even understood, if we want these people to stop cutting up, we got to invest them in the economics of this country. We can't proclaim to talk about an American dream and black and brown and red and yellow people will never get an opportunity to participate in the American dream. So let's create an organization. They created the Minority Business Development Agency at the Department of Commerce, which I was lucky to run and honored to run when President Biden was in office. Now it has no leadership, and it has been moved from the 5th floor to the basement of the Department of Commerce. And out of the MBDA, the Minority Business Development Agency, came NMSDC, the National Minority Supplier Development Council. This wasn't started by just minority folks. This was created by corporate America, who acknowledged we got to get these people invested in our community. But there aren't a lot of minority firms. So let's create an entity that will help us create minority firms so they can compete for contracts with big companies. Because they realize when a black firm wins, white firms win. They realize when minority firms win, big companies win. And for the longest time, we got complacent, Alphonso, because we as people in all of our organizations, the minority contractors, we thought, well, we're good. Because both Republicans and Democrats understand business, right? Small business is the backbone of America. And as long as we are allowed an opportunity to compete, we'll be good. And now here we are under attack as well at NMSDC. Our contractors are under attack. Even though we get less than 1% of federal contracts as black men, even though the best run companies in America award less than 10% of their procurement dollars to minority firms. Ladies and gentlemen, NMSDC and all of us on this room, we're just looking for access. We're just looking for an opportunity to compete. Diversity looks good on that World Cup field. Diversity is great when more black Americans are in the military per capita than any other race. Diversity is good when we have to fight wars. Boy, when that Olympic team rolls out, we look good, huh? Go America. Wouldn't it be great if our economics of our country could operate that way too? I'm going to stop, Ms. Williams, because I got to let you preach too. The next $1 trillion company, ladies and gentlemen, may not come from Silicon Valley. It may come from Treme neighborhood right down the street here in New Orleans. It may come from Shreveport. It may come from rural Mississippi. But if our young people, our businesses, our entrepreneurs, our owners are never given an opportunity just to compete, we as a nation will lose. I'm not worried about AI. I'm not worried about China. I'm worried about the fact that we are leaving our best players off and out of the field, Alphonso and ladies, because they're right here. We've got the brilliant, innovating entrepreneurs right here. They just want a chance to compete.
Thank you, Don. Ms. Cortena Williams.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. You know I'm an Alphonso David fan for life.
President of the club.
I am Cortena Williams. I'm the proud founder and CEO of Williams Professional Water Restoration Service, LLC, doing business as WPWRS Construction Services and Disaster Restoration. I am one of the original plaintiffs in the Texas Hub lawsuit, and we need to stick together. We are better together. As Mr. Cravins has put it, we're not asking for a handout. We just need a hand up to competitively compete for these larger contracts that we are qualified for. I am more than qualified. Had I not been, I wouldn't have been certified. I am a licensed general contractor. I am a licensed roofing contractor. I am a disaster restoration specialist. And I also serve as an expert witness for attorneys in mitigation cases. I am qualified. And so with this gentleman by my side, we will fight the good fight. And by me speaking up has afforded me the opportunity to become the new president of the National Association of Minority Contractors in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And for that, I'm proud.
So thank you, all three of you, for giving us a little bit of context. Monica, I want to go back to you to talk about specifically the partnership, because we have been talking about economic justice, reproductive justice, social justice, and one of the challenges that we saw is that we operate in different lanes. We operate in different rooms. When we talk about social justice, we don't often talk about economic justice. When we talk about reproductive justice, we're not really thinking about the economy. Talk a little bit about how this partnership is trying to change not only that public narrative, but the substantive work that we end up doing.
Absolutely. I think you're right. This notion of silos is real. And what we do know is that our silos will never save us, right? They're not going to help us win in any way. They're not going to build our power in any way. And so the best way to do this work is intersectionally. And so when we came together and we wanted to think about what was it going to take for us to actually help people understand the connections of these movements and why we needed to build power at the intersections of our work.
And sometimes it starts with why I'm on a stage with 5 women talking about reproductive justice.
I mean, that alone was a way of like shifting the culture, right? Because we don't necessarily see that, but that's what we leaned into. We leaned into what is the cultural strategy that we could really lean into together to build this out. And so we started the Road to Essence together. And so have y'all heard about the Road to Essence? Yeah, this was our second year doing this work. We went to 5 cities across this country, getting people, yes, excited about the Essence Festival itself, right? That was mostly important, right? Not like one of the most important things to do. But the other thing that we were doing was actually building power in communities, working with business owners, working with social justice organizations, and building trust with folks in community on the ground and helping them understand what these movements look like connected to each other. What we heard in all of these rooms across the country was no one's ever really sat down and talked to us about these different cases, or no one told us about what it means for us to do this work together. And it taught people not only about what was happening in real time around economic justice, around what was happening around bodily autonomy and reproductive justice issues, it gave people an opportunity to actually organize together. So this year we reached thousands of people, literally on the ground across these different cities, helping to build out this cultural footprint of building this work together in a way that helps us actually do the work better together. And so this partnership has been so exciting because it's not just about giving people the information, it's about giving people an opportunity to do the work together in real time. And so we're going to continue this partnership, and we want to grow it. Even this year, we had a new city, Montgomery, joined in, right, to like really build this out, because people are hungry on the ground for real-time opportunities to build and organize and get educated on what these issues are and how they can get more involved in the work. So that's what we've been doing together. And it's been really powerful to see how the country now is really taking hold to this cultural kind of intervention that's giving people a different way to do the work together.
And Don, just that strand about the economy and why the economy is so important, you open talking about the challenges that we face. We've had many conversations about the landscape that currently exists in the public sector. And there are many business leaders here. There are many business leaders that are watching. Can you talk a little bit about why we are partnering and why this work is important for business leaders to think about in the private sector? Yes. Because, yes, there may be things we are dealing with in terms of litigation in the public sector. But what can we think about? How can we think about advancing economic opportunity in the private sector? What are the opportunities that people are missing?
Well, the best way to do it, Alphonso, is to give people an opportunity to compete. Let's talk about the nation and the stats of the nation. There are 13 million minority-owned firms in the United States of America, 13. 5 million or so Hispanic-owned firms, 4.5 million so African-American-owned firms, 3 million Asian-American-owned firms, and about 55,000 Native and Indigenous-owned firms. I got those numbers committed to memory. They're generating $2 trillion worth of revenue for the GDP. They're creating millions of jobs, not just for minority people. Everybody works at those firms. They're creating billions and trillions of dollars in wages for those workers. Again, as a nation, what makes us different, what makes us special, is that we've got access to those firms to compete, to grow, to scale. They're in communities where unemployment is higher than white unemployment. They're in communities where sometimes the crime rate is higher than in other communities. The best way to address those issues is to give people hope, ownership, and control. In NMSDC's network, again, we've been doing this since 1972, where we work with big business. We still have 450 large companies who believe in supplier diversity or supplier development or having a strong, resilient supply chain. We work with them to connect them to MBEs, Minority Business Enterprises, which NMSDC, through our 23 affiliate councils, we've been certifying for 53 years. 2024, before the madness started, $600 billion in annual revenues, just our 16,000 firms. 2.2 million jobs, just our 16,000 certified MBEs, $168 billion in wages, just our certified firms. Ladies and gentlemen, if people just would be given an opportunity to compete, like Miss Williams, that's all she's looking for. You heard what she said. She's paying her dues. She just wants a playing field. Alphonso, the marketplace of America is going to have to catch up with the demographics of America. The marketplace of America has got to catch up to the demographics of America. And we're not moving forward, we're moving backwards. We're going to be a majority-minority country. May already be one, but we're going to be one in 2030. Will the marketplace match the demographics?
What about those business leaders that are saying, I'm a little concerned about supporting diverse businesses, supplier diversity? The president issued an executive order. I can't do this work anymore.
What I'd say to those people, there's a couple of things I'd like to say to them, but I won't say it on stage. But what I will say is this. Do what's good for your business. When you do business with Ms. Williams, don't do it because she's a minority contractor. Do it because she's the best contractor. So forget minority if you have to. Just give her an opportunity. What I'm seeing, though, is people are taking these EOs, these executive orders, which are not law, by the way. I know we don't teach civics in this country anymore, but an EO is not the law. And I wonder if President Obama had issued an EO, an executive order that would touch a corporation's bottom line, would they have followed that executive order? But again, that's for a bourbon later. But what I'm telling my corporate members is just do what's good for your business. We certify American businesses. To be a certified NMSDC MB, you must be American owned and operated. So hire a woman business, hire a veteran-owned business, hire a local business, hire an American business, whatever you want to call Ms. Williams, she don't care. She wants an opportunity to compete. That's what I'm telling our corporate members. But Alphonso, I'm also telling them to have courage, because I think everybody is under this belief this is temporary. It's temporary if we don't normalize it. And so you start changing your name. You start changing your words. You start playing scared. You're normalizing something that you know is wrong. You're normalizing something that is bad for the country. You're normalizing something that is bad for your business. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to normalize this conduct. When George Floyd was murdered 3 years ago, people were running to support our organizations and to create DE&I. Not black folks. People were running to create those programs because they understood these were the right things to do. Now, 2 years later, not only are we brushing those programs back, we're being punished for even the programs that they created to help us compete. Alphonso, I'm not normalizing it. And when we do that, when we hide, when we change, when we cower, and some of us are doing it too. Some of us are doing it. We are normalizing bad behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, stop being scared.
Let's talk about not being scared. When I look at you, and let's talk a little bit about courage. For folks who may not know, GBEF represents Ms. Williams in this litigation. The controller of the state of Texas, with a regulation, decided to take a law that has been on the books since the 90s. The law provided opportunities for women and people of color, and he took the statute and he crossed out women, crossed out Black American, crossed out Hispanic American, crossed out Native American, crossed out Asian American, and said this program should be limited to service-disabled veterans. And that regulation went into effect in January of this year. We are representing 7 plaintiffs in court in Texas. She's one of them. Ms. Williams, if you can talk a little bit about why you decided to stand up and be a plaintiff.
Number one, I decided to stand up and be a plaintiff because I am black on both sides. I'm never going to be any other color. That's the way I was born. That's the way I am going to leave this world. Number two, I created my company to serve others. It is mine. Nobody can take that away from me. The only thing that they can take from me is notes. And so standing up...
Said what you said.
Yes, I said what I said. So why would I be afraid to stand up for my right to compete? They set the standards for the certification. I met those. Had I not, they wouldn't have granted to me the certification. So when you take something from me that you've given me for no reason, that's not even legal, why would I not stand up? I'm not scared of anything.
What's your message to those that are not standing up?
Why did you decide to start a business? Why do you not stand up for yourselves? Why do you lay down? Don't bow down to anyone. That's your livelihood. That's how you support your family. That's how you create your legacy. That's how you create your enterprise. If you don't fight for yourself, who's going to? Of course, I did make that promise at the podium in March. I said, I will not stand for it, and I will be the voice for those that don't have a voice. And I'm doing that by being the president of the National Association of Minority Contractors, because we advocate for minorities and minority contractors. And so that's why I stood up for what is right, because everything was done by the letter of the law. I'm all about processes and procedures, and I follow those. So my rights should not have been taken away.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes, and I want to publicly thank all of you for demonstrating the courage that it takes to do this work day in and day out. And in the few minutes that we have left, if you can just give a closing statement or remark, what do you want to leave folks with in this moment? We only have a few minutes. Monica, start with you, and we'll end with Ms. Williams.
We have to build power at the intersections of our work. I think the fact that you have social justice organizations like mine on the panel with folks who are leading business, with folks who have been doing this work for decades, really shifting systems, that is an example of what it means for us to actually build together. I've been invested in being a part of this work and working with Alphonso and making this connection with economic justice, because we cannot see business and social justice. These issues are impacting people's lives every single day as two separate lanes. They are interconnected, and they have to be working together and building strategies together. And so if I can leave you with anything, is I need the businesses in this room to get connected to their core values of the social justice issues that we know are impacting your employees, the folks that you want to engage with, the folks that you want to be in business with. And we have to be able to build together, because that is how we will effectively be able to not only combat our opposition, but build new strategies that will help us all see the liberation that we deserve in this lifetime.
Alphonso, the nation is celebrating 250 years this year, and black and minority entrepreneurs have been part of that the entire time. Atticus, Crispus Attucks, first person to die in the American Revolution. All we've ever asked for was a piece of the pie, not to take a piece from anyone else, just a bigger pie that would involve us as well. I want people to hear from me today. You're not hearing anger from me. You're hearing disappointment from me. That we all thought our nation understood that we've been told all of our lives, if you work hard, you pull yourselves up by the bootstraps, you can have the American dream too. And then we do that only to see the American dream move and keep moving and keep moving. It's like a good, bad episode of Good Times. It just never ends good for us. And I'm tired of that, and I'm disappointed. We want an opportunity to compete. I brought in Good Times this morning. We want an opportunity to just be part of the American fabric. That is all we are asking for, and we know when it happens, it's good for everybody. So thank you.
Cortena Williams, you have the last word.
What I want you to take away from this is we need to work together. We need to collaborate, because we are stronger together. I heard somewhere, alone we are one drop, but together we are an ocean. I have been considered the connector. Reach out to me. We can have a conversation. We need you. We need to be on the front lines to take back what they are trying to take from us. We should not let this happen. And trust me, if you come to me, we will be successful.
Monica Simpson, Don Cravins, Cortena Williams, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
prayers out now.
Feel like it's been far too long, girl. Your heart don't stand a chance. Your knees just wanna break.
How are things?
Your eyes keep me all in the trance, and let me ask you. I know the approach is so far from what you used to. But you know it. Hey, do I hold the candle to the last one over your moon? Baby, of course I do. Hey, I'm not closing my tab. Don't it feel like it's been far too long, girl?
Watch out, there's a table.
Your heart don't stand a chance.
You'll come in around the table just.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
Let's give it up for that panel. He stepped on some toes and said, some of y'all got complacent. Some of us did. So next we're going to talk about the next era of Black economic power between federal retrenchment, which we started talking about on the first panel, and attacks on opportunity that are reshaping the landscape for Black businesses, workers, and communities. But disruption also creates room for innovation. So I'm really excited about this panel. Please welcome Boyea Robinson, President and CEO of CapEQ. Michelle Miller, journalist. Esosa, founder and CEO of Onyx Impact. And Robert Greene, President and CEO of the National Association of Investment Companies. Give it up for this panel.
Hi, everybody. I'm not going to ego trip, but I am an Emmy award-winning and Gracie award-winning journalist and a New York Times bestselling author. Can I give it up for me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You know, Shauna Young taught me that. Always give your props. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct pleasure to be here. I was here maybe a month ago for an incredible gathering of us in a way that we are trying to invest in us. And we're talking about that right now because we're talking about the next era of Black economic power and why it's significant and what this moment truly means, this landscape that we're in. The political landscape that is dividing and conquering many of us, certainly reshaping in real time a way that perhaps we haven't seen, but I'm certain generations of us have before. Federal policies are shifting. We're seeing corporate commitments retrenching, programs designed to help Black and brown communities, expand opportunity are going to the wayside. And across sectors, leaders are being asked some hard questions. And we're talking about the big one here. How do we build when those old assumptions no longer apply? Well, the question is not new for us. As I mentioned, Black economic history solidly tells us this. We've always built through disruption. We've always created institutions when doors closed on us. So, now it's our turn. And we all know we can. We believe in yes. Smile. Come on now. We're happy to be here. We rise to the challenge. So today we're going to move beyond a conversation about backlash, because we're all focused on that, wouldn't you say? And we're going to focus on power. Ownership, capital, entrepreneurship, information, leadership. That is where opportunity is moving next. What systems need to be built? What systems do we need to get to know? How do we educate ourselves? What must Black businesses and communities protect, reinvent, and scale? Whew, I'm glad I got rid of that, because now they're going to give you all the answers. Ladies, you've already met Ty Boyea Robinson, President and CEO of CapEQ, Robert L. Greene, President and CEO of the National Association of Investment Companies, and Esosa, founder and CEO of Onyx Impact. But I just wanted to reintroduce you because that's what I do. Wow, you're a tough audience. So let's begin. And we're going to ask all three of you this, and this is, round robin. When you look at the current economic and political environment, what feels most different about this moment for Black businesses, workers, and communities? Go for it. Mr. Greene.
I thought it was ladies first.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay. I will go
Equal
for it.
opportunity.
It is great to be with you all today. I bring you greetings from the 180 members of the National Association of Investment Companies. And more specifically, what my members do is they manage institutional capital. We're the largest organization of institutional investors in the country. Our members manage $550 billion of capital. And undoubtedly, you've all heard of one of them, Robert Smith. He's been a speaker here in the past. Specifically on the question, what's different today is there is no longer a focus on inclusive performance. We've spent about 20 years talking about the inclusivity movement, and to Don Cravins' earlier point, it used to be enough if you were a great performer, you were going to be given an opportunity through some of the programs and infrastructure that have been developed since the 70s to demonstrate that. Today, there doesn't seem to be an interest in allowing everybody who can play to actually get on the field. There's an interest in only having a select group of people who all look similar on the field, and that's what's been hurting about this economic environment.
Despite talent, despite what they offer, they just rather take mediocrity, possibly.
That's certainly the outcome, yes.
And I would say that they're choosing illegitimate power, right? And I'm the founder of Onyx Impact. We are a nonprofit research, media, and technology organization that is built for this moment, right? We are trained information experts that track disinformation every day. We invest in Black news, media, and digital spaces, and we create innovative AI solutions so that Black folks are not left out of this moment. And what we have seen happen, even over the course of the last year and a half, right, has been undeniably harmfully transformative, not just from the $3.4 billion that was cut from Black communities in the first couple of months of the administration behind the DEI disinformation campaign, right? But the evisceration of the Voting Rights Act that ended Jim Crow. I don't just say the Voting Rights Act. I make sure I always say the Voting Rights Act that ended Jim Crow so that people understand that that is not something that ended out of the goodness of people's hearts, right? It took rules, regulations, laws, policy, and they just undid that too. The Milligan case that just eroded the 14th Amendment. Like, we were talking about voting, but the 14th Amendment covers equal protection across everything, right? And so what folks have to realize in this moment is we, in some ways, over-index for political power or over-index for economic power. But moving forward, we need to make sure that we are in lockstep on what building durable Black power looks like moving forward.
Short-term backlash versus long-term backlash is kind of what you're talking about here. But I guess, where are the pressures most acute?
Now, you said we were all going to get to answer the first question.
Okay, I'm sorry, but they're okay, go for it, sis.
So I would say it's my company, CapEQ. We work with businesses and investors to fuel purpose-driven performance. And I think what's different now is that we've been given the gift of transparency. We were told that if we worked so hard and did so well, we'd be just the same. Right. And so while we were busy cosplaying colonizers, thinking that the green in our pocket would hide the black of our bodies, underneath us, the policies that shifted and shaped the wealth that we grew over generations was yanked out, and we said, oh, I guess we're still black. And so when we know that we're all still black, it gives us the opportunity to collaborate. It gives us the opportunity to recognize that we have the competency to compete, and the reason why they're pulling out the rug is because we've been doing too well for a little too long.
You had something to say, didn't you?
Well, I mean, I did.
Okay. All right, sis. I'm going to take it back over to the other side of the room. Compete? No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. No, you did great. We're going to go back to Mr. Greene. And I just want to say, you think about the most acute part of this. Where are these pressures? Are we seeing it in capital, contracting, corporate commitments, workforce, technology, or policy?
All over. Literally, the answer is all over. I'll speak to my lane of it. So every October in black churches across the country, you see different people come in. And they typically want to ask for your vote. And that has become a common practice. Oftentimes it's a mayor, it's a governor, but the person who rarely comes is the chief investment officer for the state or the city. And in that individual's power of his pen, her pen, they have the ability to write hundreds of millions and billions of dollars of contracts. They are often either appointed or elected by a very narrow group of people. Hence, they don't need to come to the black church. They don't need to come where we are and where we're focused to have the conversation. Today, we have seen half of the states that invested with women and people of color walk away from it. Just carte blanche, walk away from it. So on your question about where is it most acute, it's most acute at the mouth of the river, where the capital comes from. Because if you can't get capital in the hands of the people who are going to invest it, it'll never make it downstream.
Are we seeing it, just as you mentioned, Esosa, are we seeing it beyond folks just losing their jobs? I mean, how are we seeing it? Because it's like this huge wave and then now a slow roll.
I think that because it is disparate by design, right, to try to make it hard to grapple with the magnitude of the situation, right? That's part of why Onyx Impact partnered with GBAF on a special edition of our Blackout Report earlier this year. We talked about this federal contracting executive order, right, because it was such a clear example of this problem. And when you put out an executive order targeting diversity in federal contracting, and we know what targeting black businesses that represented 1.2% of the $774 billion a year in federal contract payments, when you target 1.2%, like, that's not about fairness. When you target 1.2%, that's not about which of these businesses are doing better, right? That is about power and control. Right? And so we are seeing it across business, but we're also seeing it across technology, right? We're seeing it across AI. Artificial intelligence is determining our reality. It's determining the news we see. Our healthcare is determining who gets jobs, right? And we have seen, ChatGPT recommend the death penalty more often if the person sounded black, right? We're seeing job applicants be disproportionately removed from a process if they're black by AI. We're seeing a technology that is going to generate $20 trillion over the next 10 years be systematically, actively harming black folks, all the while they're telling us that AI is neutral, right? The biggest, a massive lie. And so that's part of why Onyx Impact, we've created an AI assistant named Aisha.
I like that.
Do you get it because it's AI?
You good. You good, girl.
Just making sure because it's... But we launched this a week ago. We launched the app Aisha. You can find it at aisha.ai. It's built on Black history, Black news, Black progress. And
Black Root. I saw it on the Root.
Yes.
I call it the Black Root, but we know it's just the Root.
In the last 7 days, we're already at 40,000 users a day.
Wow, yay!
And again, if we're not building these technologies for our communities, someone else is going to be building them against us, right? And so this is both a massive, specific place where we're feeling this most acutely, and an opportunity, right, to build our own tables and build our own seats.
So how should capital be moving?
Capital should be moving where opportunity is meeting the outcomes of the community. And one of the issues that we're seeing right now, we talked already about contracts, we talked about some of the chief investment officer dollars. Another pot of capital that is actually being under attack is the community development financial institutions. And so those funds are the ones that go to Main Street. Those are the funds, when you think about less than 1% of venture capital goes to Black businesses, and that typical loans are denied at twice the rate of Black businesses than everyone else. Where do they get their capital? They often get them at these CDFI funds. Well, now the government is saying you can't get CDFI funds if you invest in illegal DEI. And so now even the capital that was landing in our community is also under attack. And so what that looks like is, if we can't rely on the government for capital to flow to us, we have to make sure that we're investing the capital we have in our own communities with each other. And for too long, the way capital flowed is, if you were a white business owner, you were invested in based on potential. If you were a Black business owner, you were invested in based on proof. Right. Which meant the money took longer to get to you, which means you grow slower than the others. Not because you're not better, but because people are holding the cash, they're holding the bag. The problem is we were also doing that to each other. And
did you say that one more time?
The problem is, ma'am, is that we were also doing it to each other, because the capitalist system, a system is just a tool. The most important thing is the people and the reasons why they wield them. And the people who control capitalism now control it with a mindset of scarcity, of individualism, and competition. And when we take on those values and the way that we operate in the capitalist system, we end up with the same outcomes. Whereas our community, because we have always been under attack, knows that the only way we can thrive is with abundance, interconnection, and collaboration. And so the reason why this transparent moment can be transformative is because it brings us back to the values that made us get to where we are so far when people wouldn't even open the door. And so if you want to know how capital should flow, it should flow like information should flow. It should flow like collaboration. It should flow like how your mama was in the church basement and would give you a plate of chicken and then have her auntie watch your kid. It should flow like we trust and believe in each other because we've got us.
Yeah. How do we get back to that? How do we build these institutions now? Because we have sort of dismantled them, haven't we, in many respects? I mean, certainly institutions still exist, but the Black Wall Streets, not so much.
And I think as we become more and more of a global economy, right, we're going to have to wrestle with what new Black Wall Streets look like, what that means. You know, I'm a former portfolio manager, so I was just geeking out while you were talking about all the things that we need to be doing. But I think what this moment requires, what post-Calais requires, is an understanding of the level of resilience that it will take to move past this moment, right? We are talking about not just congressional seats, not just state houses. Like, we're talking about school districts across the South filled with little Black kids, with school boards filled with Moms for Liberty, filled with people who are not in those communities, who are actively trying to harm those communities. And that means we have to move differently, right? And I would say one major thing we have to do is start investing in our own civic infrastructure, right? We've got to expand what civic funding looks like beyond candidates to local organizations in our states that are doing the work to help civically engage our communities. So if you don't know who those organizations are, right, you've got to find out. Ask Aisha.
Why don't we ask her right now? Well, I ask him the next question.
I don't have have my phone.
Oh, somebody ask Aisha. Somebody ask her.
So I think we need to do two things. The first thing is that if it's going to be the Democrats for us, and there is no other choice right now, there need to be other choices. But if it's going to be the Democrats for us, we need them to move with the haste and the quickness that the MAGA crowd moved with this time, right? There hasn't been, he didn't wait on, we all want to accept this narrative that he's stupid, he's an oath, he's this, he's that. He sure knew how to give his people what they wanted, right? So before we do all of that, when the Democrats come around this time, it can't be about gradualism. It can't be about give us time to get in. We all celebrated the wonderful presidency of Barack Obama, but we weren't ready when he got in office. We weren't ready day one to do the things that need to happen. So he fought a lot of battles alone, he and his cabinet. What I would hope is that the Democrats, if we are all as focused on this election as we need to be, when they get in office, there needs to be a day one plan where things happen, a day two plan where things happen, not this 30, 60, 90, see you next election cycle.
And to your point, a day one, what are we doing about the fact that there's no Voting Rights Act? What are we doing about the fact that we've got 6 Supreme Court injustices, right, actively just taking and taking and taking from our community unelected? Right? What are we doing about the racial wealth gap? Right? These are questions we need to be asking on day one. Right? These are questions that we are not going to accept maybe next term for. Right? We've got to start moving differently because they've shown us
immediacy.
They've shown us that they are happy to take our vote and then say sorry on the Freedom to Vote Act.
So politics still, I think Alphonso said this a month ago when I was sitting on a panel with him. It's not either or, it's both economics and politics. So where do you believe the next generation of Black economic opportunity will be? And what sectors should we be not just investing in, but educating ourselves in?
I can jump in on that. So there's been a recent report out. So everyone's been really afraid about AI, and I'm so happy about Aisha. I'm definitely going to use Aisha. Everyone use Aisha. Now I want to sing the song. Anyway.
We should all do a group download at the same time, right?
But there have been some surprising data points, and one of which is that business owners, Black business owners, have been adopting AI more rapidly because it's helping them with resource gaps. So if you think about, we're under-resourced in terms of capital. Most of the time when you're running a business, everyone else gets the first family and friend dollars, and we don't get those dollars. But now AI has allowed us to find the resources at our fingertips. We need to invest in more AI work, and we need to be collaborative about it. So there's a woman who runs an organization called Bag Ventures, and she allows folks to actually syndicate their capital to get in on AI investments. Because the issue is there's an influx of capital all going towards AI, but the minimum buy-in amount is often higher than the balance sheets of our communities. We can say, oh no, we don't have that money, or we can collaborate and figure out how to pull that capital together. And then I think the other piece that's often underestimated right now is there is a wave of investors who have values-aligned business models. You know, I work with a private equity firm or several private equity firms that are 10Xing their portfolio companies, but doing it while allowing their employees to have part of the upside, doing it while they're connecting to communities who haven't been employed in the past, doing it in ways where their business models are serving our communities. And because they're 10Xing their growth, you can't say they're a charity. They are finding the business models that are often forgotten and overlooked. And so I think that's the other piece, recognizing that just because we have capitalist tools that tend to extract, if we think about this with the values that we have and focus on our communities, because we know now that policies and politics are not always having our back, then we can channel our capital to our communities in ways that are actually competitive in the economic market.
Yeah, to add on, it's a really difficult time with AI, so I would be careful for anybody looking to invest in AI companies. If you look at the beginning of any new technology cycle, there's a lot of money that flows in right away that doesn't actually make money for itself. This happened with the internet. This happened with the early e-commerce models. Think about it. You're in an early e-commerce business, and Amazon hasn't come along yet, right? So be careful with AI. I'm not saying don't invest in it, and certainly learn how to use it. But there are a number of other high-growth sectors. Healthcare is going to be one of the highest growth sectors going forward. Food, all aspects of the vertical value chain of food, from delivery to creation to packaging, healthy choices, alternative choices. Food is still going to be hot. Housing is going to be a very hot sector as well. And one of the biggest areas of growth is going to be, you keep hearing people talk about this concept, future of work. Future of work is very important because there are scary statistics out there that talk about 80% of the jobs that will be in place 5 years from now don't exist today, right? So there's going to be a huge opportunity to retrain the workforce, to help people who are sitting in call centers, to help people who are sitting in security roles, to help people that are sitting in a lot of yesterday economy jobs, realize tomorrow economy jobs.
And I have 23 seconds left. 23 seconds. I haven't even gotten to the bonus round yet, so go ahead.
So, and I was just going to say, if you can do anything in this moment, is make sure that your civic portfolio matches your economic portfolio, right? We've got to make sure that we are investing in civic infrastructure and local organizations. We're deploying our capital there, right? That it's not a venture capitalist model, right? That's a community model. And we're also making sure we're taking advantage of these opportunities. Because, again, we have seen what happens when we don't do these two things in lockstep.
And I have to ask each one of you a clear question for our leaders here in this room. And it's, what is the one thing they could do in the next year to help build the next era of Black economic power? And you have like 30 seconds to answer this. For investors, for corporate leaders, for policy leaders, for entrepreneurs and community leaders.
Buy from Black businesses. The same thing you were supposed to have been doing the whole time you were developing
supposed to have been doing.
Right? We continue to have a cycle problem with money leaving our community before it hits our hands, before it hits our banks. So make sure that your doctors, your lawyers, your person cutting your grass, everybody you can use is a person of color, and keep that money in our community.
Esosa?
Point of personal privilege, I'm going to just ask folks to download Aisha.
And I would say everyone's sitting and saying they're waiting for the pendulum to swing back. And what we need to do is push the pendulum. Whether that means you speak up differently in your room, whether that means you collaborate with someone differently, we can't wait for the pendulum to swing because it's not going to swing in our favor. And the only way we can get where we need to is together.
Hi, Boyea Robinson, Robert L. Greene, Esosa Osa, thank you for the conversation. And download Aisha. Thank you, everybody. I'm Michelle Miller.
The signs and the wonders of that elusive mode. Yeah, the more time this love ain't over. Oh, 'cause I'm tripping over you. Hoping that this love ain't over.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
All right, are y'all downloading Aisha? Who downloaded it? I can't sing, but who downloaded it already? We got one right here. All right. Okay, I know you all are ready to keep the conversation going at lunch, but if we could bring it back in here, because we have an amazing conversation right before we get to lunch. It is about Africa's economic future. I don't know if most of us know, but it is home to the world's youngest population and one of the fastest growing economies on earth. That's not a surprise. And so this conversation looks at what that growth means for investors, entrepreneurs, and global partners, and why Africa's future is the world's future. So please welcome back Alphonso David, who will be in conversation with the Honorable Mr. Parks Tau, Minister of Trade, Industry, and Competition, Republic of South Africa.
Minister Tau, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
It's working.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, you didn't.
Thank you very much.
You're probably jet lagged.
That part is also true.
Wait, I think we're going to change your microphone.
Yeah, I thought something was wrong. Even I couldn't hear myself.
Is that working now? Why don't you use mine?
Let's see.
Yes.
That sounds much better.
It just required a little bit of switching. So tell us about your trip.
It was quite a long trip, actually. I mean, it took
How many hours from South Africa here?
Well, it took about 31 hours because we
How many
booked
hours?
a bit late. 31 hours.
31
So
hours.
we arrived in the wee hours of this morning. We went via Dubai, so it was quite a long trip.
So a lot of people certainly know about South Africa, but they may not know about you and what you do. You've certainly been in public service for a while. I want to give you a few minutes to introduce yourself to the audience.
For a while, for quite a while, actually. Well, I've been in public service for quite some time, starting in 1995, serving in the city of Johannesburg. I served as a councilman in the city of Johannesburg, ultimately becoming the mayor of the city of Johannesburg in 2011. So I had the opportunity to serve in different portfolios in the city and contribute to the city's growth, development, and transformation over a period of time. In that period in local government, I also had the opportunity to lead the South African Local Government Association and to lead United Cities and Local Governments, which is a global association of municipalities of about 240,000 member municipalities throughout the world, and the representative body of local government in the United Nations system. I've since served in both the provincial or state government responsible for agriculture, economic development, and the environment. Served in national government as Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance, which would be local government mainly, and now serving as Minister of Trade, Industry, and Competition.
Okay, so your official title is the Minister of Trade, Industry, and Competition.
Yeah.
Okay. You are in a room with business leaders, folks from healthcare, a variety of different types of businesses, folks also watching remotely. Talk a little bit about your growth strategy, because obviously this is your job to sort of think about how people should think about South Africa for purposes of investment. What are the opportunities that we should be thinking about?
As a country, we've just adopted the Industrial Development Strategy, and our Industrial Development Strategy is anchored on 3 pillars: decarbonization, digitalization, and diversification. Part of the reasons we adopt them are objective. Of course, we are well endowed with the minerals that are required for the digital transition, rare earth metals, quite well endowed as a country and in the region. Similarly, with regards to decarbonization, we're well endowed with critical minerals in that regard. So it gives us an opportunity. But some of it is because we are dealing with exogenous factors.
You're dealing with what again?
Exogenous factors. So we have the impact of policies by trading partners, excuse me, trading partners in particular, the European Union, our major destination for the automotive sector and other industries that we engage with them on that are imposing carbon border adjustment mechanisms and therefore a requirement to decarbonize certain sectors of the economy. So in many ways, whilst they are pushing us, it also presents as an opportunity to us. We're diversifying in terms of the sectors in the South African economy, but also diversifying in terms of trading partners, because part of the reality is that we're having throughout the world different decisions being made by the major economies about how they protect their respective economies. The US, the European Union have respectively imposed 50% tariffs on steel, and steel is a major industry in our country. The EU and the UK, starting in fact yesterday, have imposed a 50% tariff on steel. So we're dealing with a global trading environment that's quite volatile, and therefore they need to diversify trading partners throughout the world, but also the product that we interface with the world on.
So just to make it very, very practical for people, I run a business here in the United States. I'm thinking about investing in South Africa, or I may be an investor or venture capitalist, and I'm thinking about opportunities for this year or next year. Are there specific industries that you all are highlighting for them to think about?
Certainly.
Okay, what are those industries? Because I think I just want to make it very practical for people.
Firstly, starting with where you started, we have to increase the capability of our financial markets and diversify, and therefore be able to attract venture capitalists in the first instance as part of the South African economy. We're looking at expanding our services sector in the South African economy and providing back office support throughout the world, whether it's global business services and other service industries. But we're also quite strong in steel and in the entire value chain of steel. We have significant endowments in chrome, manganese, and therefore products into steel manufacturing.
So wait. So I just want to slow down. Back office, steel,
finance, automotive sector, digital economy, digital
economics,
petrochemicals and chemicals. Those would be some of the more key sectors that we're focusing on as the South African economy. But we're also looking at, when I spoke about diversification and green minerals industrialization, it is because we're focusing on battery electric cars, on battery manufacturing for different parts of the value chain in relation to, if you like, the decarbonized economy or reducing greenhouse gas emissions, so to say.
So that's a lot of information for people to try to navigate. Again, if I'm thinking about investing here in the United States, I can get a financial advisor. That financial advisor says invest in the S&P, or that financial advisor may specifically identify industries for me to think about. If I'm thinking about investing outside of the country, outside of the U.S., have you thought about, or are you engaged with business associations or business leaders here in the U.S. To think about how they would do that in a really efficient way?
We're engaging practically with chambers of commerce, indeed the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in South Africa, and different chambers that you have in the U.S. We do interface with them practically on various areas in which they would have particular interest. They do participate in platforms that we host in the country. But we also have created a platform for access into the country to Invest SA, which is our Invest South Africa platform, and through which you're able to access different platforms in the country. The ability to interface with whether it's the regulatory authorities, the financial systems, and all other requirements that investors would have, you'd be able to access us through our Invest SA platform.
What about those that are thinking about expanding their businesses, right? We interface with business owners and business leaders that are thinking about diversification. So they may have an office here in Louisiana, or an office in New York, or an office in Los Angeles. And in this current economy, as volatile as it is, they may be thinking about opening up a satellite office in Africa. South Africa, Kenya, Ghana. I know that you have, those are your competitors, but they may be thinking about other places to open up a satellite office. Why South Africa?
Well, one, because of the industrial capability that we have as a country, because of the advanced financial services sector. We've got one of the more established stock exchanges in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. So we've got the infrastructure for commercial activity and the regulatory environment that creates the necessary certainty. Because one of the most important things that we had to advance is the need to ensure that you create both policy certainty, regulatory certainty, and the ability to interface with an economy that is well regulated from an economic regulation point of view. But South Africa is also the entry point into the African continent. We've got the majority of multinationals that are headquartered in South Africa, providing services to the entire African continent. We've got, both in Johannesburg and Cape Town, the sort of infrastructure that supports those companies to be able to do work both in South Africa but also in the entire continent.
You're comfortable saying publicly that you are the entry point to Africa?
Certainly. Certainly.
You have no concern about other countries saying, what are you talking about? What about Nigeria? What about Ghana? What about Kenya?
Well, we have to talk about complementarities. and I interact with my colleagues throughout the continent all the time. And part of the reality is, if you're thinking about the number of headquarters that you require that are concentrated in a particular area, they are concentrated in South Africa. From there, you're able to access the rest of the continent. But we also appreciate the reality that we have to provide the service not just to ourselves, but also to our peers on the continent.
Let's talk about how you do that. So you talk about South Africa serving as the gateway to the entire continent, and you outline the reasons why. How do you practically provide those services to the rest of the continent? If I'm an investor and I'm thinking about going through South Africa as opposed to any other country.
Well, firstly, let me say that when you look at our export strategy, we always say that it is premised on what we call the butterfly strategy, with the core being Africa.
Wait, what strategy?
The butterfly strategy.
Okay.
And with the spine being Africa. And it's Africa because of the level of trade that we have on the continent. Because the reality is, whilst we talk about global trading partners in the West, in the East, in the North, the reality is that from a South African point of view, the majority of your trade happens on the continent. It happens on the continent because of the level of industrialization that you have in the country and the ability to export, to create opportunities into the continent. Therefore, you need to enhance that. And one of the discussions we've been having with our peers, whether it's in the DRC or Mozambique, that have said, look, the bulk of our product comes from South Africa. Can you start manufacturing here? Can you be able to create opportunities for us to industrialize at the back of South African capability? So if you're looking at it from that point of view, you're talking about a country that already has access to market, has the platforms. When you go into retail platforms in many countries, you'd find South African retailers' products on the shelves in those countries. And part of the discussion is how to ensure that part of the industrialization happens there. But South Africa is also a very active participant in ensuring the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And this free trade agreement is a platform from which we collectively has agreed on the African continent that we would create greater intra-Africa trade. Intra-Africa trade through platforms ranging from financial systems that support it. We've got the Africa Import-Export Bank that's quite active, the African Finance Corporation, the African Development Bank, that are active in complementing the political and policy decisions that have been made to ensure that we're able to grow Africa and invest in the African economy. So the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is critical in how we see a vision for the growth of the continent.
Okay, so let's just say you've convinced me. I'm going to go to South Africa because you've convinced me that is the gateway to the rest of the continent. And you have the resources, you have the foundation, you have the platform to do it. Talk to me about the workforce. We're going to have April Verrett on the stage this afternoon. She is the president of SEIU, one of the largest unions in this country. And as we think about workers' rights and we think about the availability of qualified workers, talk to me about the workforce in South Africa. If I'm thinking about opening up a satellite office there, what does it look like? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities?
And firstly, and I need to get back to the theme of what we're discussing in the conference itself or the forum itself, but South Africa is evolving from its ability to build its capability and skills in a background of a country where the majority were excluded from critical skills. And we've had to introduce policies that ensure that greater opportunities are created for black people to be able to access critical skills to help grow the economy through deliberate policy interventions that do that. But it's also in our ability to attract the appropriate skills into the country and programs that are able to attract those skills into the country that are able to complement our capability. But we've also developed a skills development regime that places an obligation both on the state and the private sector to build that capability. So we've got a skills development levy that is levied on private sector companies to ensure that we're able to build the capability in those particular sectors. So we have sector education and training authorities that ensure that based on the need and demand in a particular sector, we're able to build the necessary skills and capability. It's an evolving process. There are areas in which we're experiencing significant progress in terms of building those skills and capability. There are areas in which we still need some improvement.
So the theme that I'm sort of teasing out here is responsibility. Talk a little bit about responsible partnerships, right? So yes, I could invest in South Africa. Yes, I could open up a satellite office in South Africa where you're talking about building a workforce with marketable skills. How do you do that responsibly? How do you create responsible partnerships? How do you ensure accountability, say if I'm here in the U.S. and you're here and you're there in South Africa?
And one of the things that we've placed emphasis on as an economy is the principle of partnership and co-creation with civil society, with the private sector, about what the needs and aspirations of the economy are. So whether you're looking at the need to build skills, we've developed a system where we have a partnership with the private sector as opposed to simply just a state-led intervention. It's a partnership. It builds a coalition of forces that are able to contribute towards building that skill and capability. It is also about ensuring that we are in agreement on the policy processes, the policies that are critical to the South African economy. I mean, if you think about it, when we needed to deal with the impact of COVID on the South African economy, which was quite devastating, one of the greatest successes of our response was in our ability to mobilize capital both from the state and private capital to partner to work towards the solutions that are there. So it's about co-creating solutions as opposed to sitting on separate sides of the equation trying to solve the problem at the same time.
Okay. So we've outlined what we should be thinking about using South Africa as a gateway. What do most American investors or global investors get wrong about investing in Africa?
Well, firstly, it is the fact that people deal with perception and not always the reality. The reality is that South Africa or Africa is growing in terms of its skills, its capability, its regulatory environment. It has the endowments that are able to create opportunities for investors to come in. We have the ambition to be able to build a growing continent, the ability to sit and agree on a common vision for growth and development is very important, but not just agreeing on a common vision but setting up the systems and instruments that implement that vision. We've got the Secretariat that's implementing the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. We've built the rules around which we're implementing that. And this has happened within a decade, where actively we've been working as ministers of trade on issues around where we have common tariffs, or at least access into the respective markets. We agreed on rules of origin for products that are originating in different parts of the continent. So in many ways, if you think about it, you can start thinking of Africa as a common market that has a common vision and direction for its own growth and transformation. So, and it is an area of growth. It is the fastest growing economy right now. It's got a youth dividend in terms of the population that we have on the continent. Capability and skills are being built throughout the continent. So we've got the ingredients of a continent that will certainly prosper at a much faster rate than it is right now, primarily because there's agreement on the direction that we should take and the establishment of the instruments that enables us to do that, including a payment system, the Pan-African payment system, where we're beginning to address issues of different currencies on the continent, and therefore the ability to utilize a common payment system that different countries are beginning to adopt at different levels. So those sort of things create a sense of a continent that's not just setting out an aspiration for its growth or complaining about its history of colonization, but a continent and its leaders that have said, this is the direction that we're going to take, and these are the things that we do to get us to that destination.
So many people here in the United States certainly remember apartheid and the vestiges of apartheid. As they think about investments, or in some cases they think about maybe they might move there, right? As we all know, Ghana had a year of the return, and many people considered moving to Ghana, or at least spending more time there. How should investors or folks that are thinking of potentially relocating to South Africa think about apartheid within the context of either living there or investing on the continent or in South Africa?
Well, firstly, I was listening to the inspirational discussions earlier, and as I was listening, I was thinking, in our context, you're talking about a demographic majority that is an economic minority. In reality, we are...
Say that again.
We're a demographic majority that is an economic minority. Because of the impact of apartheid, the reality is that black people were excluded systematically and structurally from participating in the South African economy. And the reality is that we have had to introduce policies and instruments that achieve redress. And that redress is about ensuring that you have equity and equality in the South African economy, that you're able to have an economy that grows at the back of a common vision for a non-racial country. We always say, when we talk about building a non-racial, democratic, prosperous South Africa, we would want to achieve a country where your ability to participate in the economy, your ability to achieve your capability, talent, and ambition is not inhibited by race, class, nor gender. It should be on the basis of your capability, ability, and aspiration. And the reality is that right now, the vast majority of South Africans are still excluded from that opportunity. So whilst we've made great strides in empowering black people in our country, the reality is that 30 years after the democratic dispensation in our country, we have not reached all those whose aspiration for freedom was not just the right to vote. The aspiration for freedom was always about the opportunity to take myself and my family out of the bondage of economic exclusion. And that remains the most critical agenda in our country. So when you look at the country, and there's a lot of misinformation about what happens in South Africa. I mean, you've listened to people coming, lobbying in Washington, D.C., that South Africa has racist laws, that there's genocide against white people, there's persecution of white people. But the reality is those people are actually fighting an agenda that says you need the inclusion of black people in the South African economy, and that you need to develop the policies, the rules, and the systems that enable us to get there. And that for us is the most critical agenda that we need to accelerate, and the current administration is focused on accelerating that agenda.
So that is a commercial for the Global Black Economic Forum, and the fact that we talk a lot about intersectionality, and that the fight that we have here in the United States, we see, unfortunately, replicated in other parts of the world, South Africa being one of them. So as you think about this, so we certainly understand and appreciate the work that the South African government is doing with respect to remediating or addressing the vestiges of apartheid. What would you say Americans should think more critically about when they engage not only in South Africa but on the entire continent? Like, what is the primary obstacle that you find for people investing or thinking about coming to South Africa? What is the obstacle that you're trying to break through?
I think it's about thinking beyond extraction, particularly in a mineral
Thinking beyond
extraction.
Sort of coming to take
coming
something.
to take, particularly because we're a resource-rich continent. A lot of the investments have come with the agenda of extraction. It is about, and you look at the trade policies that people engage with us on, whether it's South Africa or the African continent, or the investments that are made by different countries and developed countries of the world on the continent. People have always been thinking about extracting the minerals and ensuring that development happens outside the African continent. We have reset that agenda. We've now said that actually development, industrialization must happen at source, that there should be economic justice in the way in which investors come into the continent. They see themselves as partners of the continent and not just that are coming onto the continent to extract resources out of the continent. So we're looking for partners that are working with us to find solutions to the challenges in Africa. We certainly are working on solutions in that regard, and we can demonstrate why the work that we're doing in finding solutions. So we're looking for partners that don't come with simply an agenda that says, well, we are primarily here to just take what we can and develop ourselves and leave Africa to continue to struggle as it is.
So as you envision the future, the next decade or so, what is the one thing you believe leaders must get right if Africa is to fully realize its economic potential? I know you're speaking on behalf of the entire continent, but for purposes of this question, what do you think leaders must get right if the entire continent is going to fully realize its economic growth and prosperity?
Leadership. And I'm saying leadership because primarily the role of leaders is to ensure that you provide a sense of direction of travel to where you're going to, and to put the instruments in place to be able to get there. So when you know that this is my destination and this is how I get to the destination, you're able to mobilize people behind it. And part of the problem, in my opinion, has been that we don't always articulate and set the systems to achieve the direction that we're setting. And I think that level of leadership that we require throughout the continent is one that says, yes, we're dealing with the here and now, the challenges of today, but we have a vision and a direction that we're setting for ourselves, and we need to be able to ensure that through the work that we do, through the partnerships that we evolve, we're able to get exactly to where we're going to.
So that leads me to the last question. And I want to thank Michael Sawida, who was sort of instrumental in connecting us. And based on our conversations over the past now several weeks, we made a decision to enter into a strategic partnership with the South African government. And we are announcing it here today. So I want to talk a little bit about, as we close, what that partnership, yes, thank you, what that partnership looks like from your perspective.
It's a partnership of mutual benefit towards a common direction of, if you like, ensuring that South Africa, Africa, and the diaspora is able to grow and prosper and be part of the global economy. It is the ability to say that we have areas of complementarity. You need U.S. capital, you need capital throughout the world. If you like, I'm going to use South African nomenclature and say you need a progressive class of capitalists that are able to come into the country to find solutions to help us grow the economies of our countries, not just an extractive group of people. And we see this partnership as exactly that. It is capital that comes, business that comes with an agenda of one, certainly business. We always say in the country, and one of my colleagues in cabinet says it all the time, business people don't put money only to create jobs. They come in because they also want to make money. So certainly the people want to come in and make money, but you're coming into an environment where there's a conscious effort to ensure that you're also able to contribute towards the growth and prosperity of the peoples of the continent, of the peoples of our country. And we're looking forward to that sort of partnership where we can hold hands and say, let us work together and walk together in this journey of economic prosperity and equity for all our peoples.
Well, I want to thank you for being creative and innovative and exploring the possibilities that have yet to be realized. And as we think about this partnership between the Global Black Economic Forum and the government of South Africa, we will be spending a lot of time together and potentially doing an event in South Africa in 2027 potentially doing an event in South Africa in 2027 as we must, as people of color and as Black people, expand our horizons and really try to fully realize all of the opportunities that exist for ourselves and for generations yet to come. I want to give you the last word in the final minutes that we have here before lunch, so don't be too long because people are hungry. What do you want to leave people with? What is the one message you want to leave them with? And I'm talking about business leaders and labor leaders and academics and philanthropists and venture capitalists, all the folks that are here. Is there one message that you want to leave them with? It could be have a nice lunch, or it could be something else.
Certainly have a nice lunch. So, our president doesn't always allow cabinet ministers to leave the country when cabinet sits. We applied quite late to leave the country, and cabinet was sitting yesterday. And all I said is, well, Mr. President, I think that we have great partners in the Global Black Economic Forum. Allow me to go and nurture that partnership and ensure that we're able to bring like-minded people into South Africa to help us grow the South African economy and to help us drive the agenda of Black economic empowerment. And for me, it is that sort of partnership. And it is something that the President brought in and said, well, I'll give you the exception. You can go to New Orleans this time around, but don't take chances next time around.
Thank you. Please extend my greetings to the President, and thank you for 30 hours that it took to get here, and thank you for the partnership.
Thanks, much appreciated.
Well, look, I'm not going to stay between you and lunch. So we are going to break until 2 o'clock, but you want to be back here because we might have a surprise for you. So take this opportunity to network with your fellow summit attendees, get to know somebody that you don't know, or also have your family reunion. And I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
So beautiful. She just hit my heart. Oh. Full force and she got me like.
Oh no, I can eat now, finally.
Why you so fine? Got to make you mine. So hard to find. Baby, like, oh, how'd you do the thing? The way that you
was like the first couple.
She ain't even show nothing. She be walking like
Let's turn the mic one off.
She was so sublime, super fine. She was never lying, strutting in the heels or her slides. Either way, eyes on her every single day, week, year. Everyone wondering how she does it with no fear. All that confidence, was it heaven sent? Does it come within? Does it come run out? I don't know. She'll just have them running out and in. Man, they want to sin, talking deadly sin with Mrs. Lady. I don't understand why she hit them like girl, you knock 'em dead. Oh, how you doing, things you doing? Baby, you knock 'em dead. I'm already said.
It is really an honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Global Black Economic Forum. We're here to talk strategy, real solutions, lasting power, generational change, and we are all here to do it together.
And I think Black people have to look in the mirror and say, what am I willing to lose of my own for my people and our collective preservation?
And we know that we can't build our wealth without our health.
Listen, all we do is make certain that everybody, no matter where they come from, has an opportunity to fulfill the dream of going back and returning to their communities and making certain that everybody has a chance to grow up healthy and strong.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is not dead.
So that tells you that at every single large company, their shareholders are rejecting proposals that are looking to remove, eliminate, reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact.
Black people are understudied and underdocumented in all kinds of medical literature. We are least likely to be included in clinical trials. So the data already, again, is powerfully discriminatory.
We seem to be a little delusional in the Democratic Party. When we're actually think that we're winning, we're actually losing.
Something I'm noticing from a global perspective is we have a lot of people who want to be in power, but very few people who want to lead.
As Kenyan embassy, what we're looking at and part of the Kenya government is to get these linkages with our diaspora. We see each one of you, the Black community, as our diaspora.
And I would start off by asking, who are your top 10 export destinations if you were trading? Why don't you have Africa?
When you say you're going to do something, try like hell to get it done.
The whole communication throughout was, it's not about us. We got to give them a chance to fight in the future.
Your voice is incredibly powerful, and doing so in partnership with other sectors will truly help us to thrive.
Black folks are resilient and we are creative, we're innovative. There must be a relationship between business and labor.
Businesses, organizations really are starting to see that they get markedly better results when you have a diverse leadership team.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump told you who he was. He told you what he wanted to do. He told you what his priorities were. They told you they were going to attack women's basic reproductive rights. They were going to attack access to the ballot. They were going to throw people out of this country.
We've brought many health leaders from all across the country, even the world, to be here for this weekend. We have health embedded in many conversations.
Alphonso, thank you to your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. FIFA World Cup. It is in 2 years. The purpose of this fireside is to really help businesses prepare. So if I'm a business owner and I'm thinking about FIFA World Cup, where do you think the opportunities are?
In relation to tourism, it is a $1.2 trillion industry. People don't think about that. trillion. Just for Georgia alone, for $72 billion in economic impact for tourism. So when you talk about, that's the magnitude of what this World Cup is going to be. In the role that I'm in tourism, I'm the president of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. And some of the avenues that's been utilized would be servicing the particular event, creating branded fan zones, things that will create experiences. Fundamentally, you have to understand the culture of what this particular event is. It's not just any sporting event. It's a cultural aspect to this entire thing. So understanding who your market is and what part of the world they're coming from.
What distinguishes East Point and what you do from everyone else? And again, you're only one of 3 Black women running a visitors bureau in the country.
There are over 800 CVBs in the United States doing the same thing I do, and only a handful of Black, including men and women in total, less than 1%. One of the main things that we have going for us is that we are at the world's busiest airport, and our cultural heritage that we have. There's so much culture and history in East Point. So people come for things that they can't find elsewhere, but they also come for convenience. But the service that we provide is what puts us above the rest and all of the other tourism products that we have.
You know when you call your physician now and you get annoyed because they tell you that you've got to wait? Right. For months to see them? Imagine when that is, you need to wait 2 years to see them. This country is already headed very quickly for a horrendous physician shortage. Average rate of Black men in medicine is now less than it was in the 1970s. Because we're experiencing it in some specialties right now. There are only 600 Black orthopedic surgeons in this country. 600 of them. Quite frankly, what we are seeing is that Black mamas and Black babies live longer when they have Black doctors. We have to stop acting as if we don't recognize what the real structural barriers are, and that we run to the source of them and that we begin to remove them. And what is unique is that right now, while we are at a point in time when DEI and anything that even looks like it is being attacked, understand that that means that the schools where these students are attending can no longer provide minority scholarships. Think about that.
Welcome to Cooking Up Conversations. This is a series of events that we're holding to talk about some of the key complex issues that we're confronting and, importantly, outline solutions.
The National Medical Fellowships. What is NMF?
NMF is the sole private nonprofit organization in this country that has been advancing health equity at the intersection of the health-wealth gap for the last 80 years.
80 years.
80 years. We have given the country and the world well over 35,000 Black and brown physicians by helping them to pay their way through medical school.
My crowd, okay.
Why is it important to have a Black doctor as opposed to a white doctor, as opposed to a brown doctor? Why is that important when you go into a hospital or you go to your general practitioner?
When they are dealing with a physician that looks like them, has a shared lived experience, perhaps comes from a community that they recognize, they have a higher tendency of being medically compliant, and it helps get people in the position of preventing illness. And our students are more likely to return to the communities that have been disenfranchised and pushed to the margins. We are making certain that they are becoming the physicians that their families actually always needed, but did not have. And we're giving you those who are making certain that there's a path for everyone else to follow. Everyone is welcome to this table. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without having proper partners who are willing to help us to reach every student who has a dream of entering these fields, and ensuring that there are more physicians of color leading so that we are bettering medical efficacy on the Black body.
We are a global enterprise that focuses on economic opportunity, economic justice, and economic freedom. We are a sister company to Essence. And what we're doing here in Martha's Vineyard is really having conversations about issues that directly affect the marginalized community.
Bienvenidos a Colombia.
Hola. So I am here in Cali, Colombia, que viva Colombia, at the Global Black Economic Forum. This is
an amazing 2-day event here in Cali to celebrate Afro-Colombians, to bring in African Americans, to unite, to talk about how we together can help each other. This is all about helping Afro-Colombians in business get the tools that they need, the programs, the resources to build businesses and to thrive.
So there are institutional problems that we have to deal with, but we also understand as a community, a global Black diaspora, that we have resources, and those resources should be used to invest in our communities globally.
Afro-Latino Travels with Kim Haas is about celebrating the incredible power, beauty, talent, ingenuity of people of African descent in Latin America. And I came up with the idea for the show because I was tired, frankly, of watching Telemundo and Univision and not seeing anybody who looked like any of us.
I am the CEO of CapEQ. We're an impact investing and advisory firm, and one of our big initiatives is investing in Black businesses. One of our big partners is the Global Black Economic Forum, and they focus on the diaspora overall. So when you think about fueling Black business growth, one of our unique opportunities is actually to buy and sell from each other across the diaspora. So we look at being in Colombia as a first step towards really expanding globally within the African descent.
Invitarles entonces a escuchar a líderes y lideresas, empresarios y empresarias afrodescendientes cuyos caminos nos inspiran y nos han abierto espacio para que cada vez seamos más.
Que hay oportunidades para la inversión. Aquí hay gente que quiere emprender, que tiene iniciativas y que quiere apoyos. Pero también es una oportunidad desde la música, desde el arte, desde la cultura, a que le abran las puertas a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestra comunidad, para que intercambiemos afroamericanos, afrocolombianos, podamos tener intercambios desde la música y podamos tener un fortalecimiento mutuo.
Really an honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Global Black Economic Forum. We're here to talk strategy, real solutions, lasting power, generational change, and we are all here to do it together.
And I think Black people have to look in the mirror and say, what am I willing to lose of my own, for my people and our collective preservation?
And we know that we can't build our wealth without our health.
Listen, all we do is make certain that everybody, no matter where they come from, has an opportunity to fulfill the dream of going back and returning to their communities and making certain that everybody has a chance to grow up healthy and strong.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is not dead.
So that tells you that at every single large company, their shareholders are rejecting proposals that are looking to remove, eliminate, reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact.
Black people are understudied and underdocumented in all kinds of medical literature. We are least likely to be included in clinical trials. So the data already, again, is powerfully discriminatory.
We seem to be a little delusional in the Democratic Party. When we're actually think that we're winning, we're actually losing.
Something I'm noticing from a global perspective is we have a lot of people who want to be in power, but very few people who want to lead.
As Kenyan embassy, what we're looking at and part of the Kenya government is to get these linkages with our diaspora. We see each one of you, the Black community, as our diaspora.
And I would start off by asking, who are your top 10 export destinations if you were trading? Why don't you have Africa?
When you say you're going to do something, try like hell to get it done.
The whole communication throughout was, it's not about us. We got to give them a chance to fight in the future.
Your voice is incredibly powerful, and doing so in partnership with other sectors will truly help us to thrive.
Black folks are resilient and we are creative, we're innovative. There must be a relationship between business and labor.
Businesses, organizations really are starting to see that they get markedly better results when you have a diverse leadership team.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump told you who he was. He told you what he wanted to do. He told you what his priorities were. They told you they were going to attack women's basic reproductive rights. They were going to attack access to the ballot. They were going to throw people out of this country.
We've brought many health leaders from all across the country, even the world, to be here for this weekend. We have health embedded in many conversations.
Alphonso, thank you to your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. FIFA World Cup. It is in 2 years. The purpose of this fireside is to really help businesses prepare. So if I'm a business owner and I'm thinking about FIFA World Cup, where do you think the opportunities are?
In relation to tourism, it is a $1.2 trillion industry. People don't think about that. Trillion. Just for Georgia alone, for $72 billion in economic impact for tourism. So when you talk about, that's the magnitude of what this World Cup is going to be. In the role that I'm in tourism, I'm the president of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. And some of the avenues that's been utilized would be servicing the particular event, creating branded fan zones, things that will create experiences. Fundamentally, you have to understand the culture of what this particular event is. It's not just any sporting event. It's a cultural aspect to this entire thing. So understanding who your market is and what part of the world they're coming from.
What distinguishes East Point and what you do from everyone else? And again, you're only one of 3 Black women running a visitors bureau in the country.
There are over 800 CVBs in the United States doing the same thing I do, and only a handful of Black, including men and women in total, less than 1%. One of the main things that we have going for us is that we are at the world's busiest airport. And our cultural heritage that we have, there's so much culture and history in East Point. So people come for things that they can't find elsewhere, but they also come for convenience. But the service that we provide is what puts us above the rest and all of the other tourism products that we have.
You know when you call your physician now and you get annoyed because they tell you that you've got to wait? Right. For months to see them? Imagine when that is, you need to wait 2 years to see them. This country is already headed very quickly for a horrendous physician shortage. Average rate of Black men in medicine is now less than it was in the 1970s. Because we're experiencing it in some specialties right now. There are only 600 Black orthopedic surgeons in this country. 600 of them. Quite frankly, what we are seeing is that Black mamas and Black babies live longer when they have Black doctors. We have to stop acting as if we don't recognize what the real structural barriers are, and that we run to the source of them and that we begin to remove them. And what is unique is that right now, while we are at a point in time when DEI and anything that even looks like it is being attacked, understand that that means that the schools where these students are attending can no longer provide minority scholarships. Think about that.
Welcome to Cooking Up Conversations. This is a series of events that we're holding to talk about some of the key complex issues that we're confronting and, importantly, outline solutions.
The National Medical Fellowships. What is NMF?
NMF is the sole private nonprofit organization in this country that has been advancing health equity at the intersection of the health-wealth gap for the last 80 years.
80 years.
80 years. We have given the country and the world well over 35,000 Black and brown physicians by helping them to pay their way through medical school.
My crowd. Okay.
Why is it important to have a Black doctor as opposed to a white doctor, as opposed to a brown doctor? Why is that important when you go into a hospital or you go to your general practitioner?
When they are dealing with a physician that looks like them, has a shared lived experience, perhaps comes from a community that they recognize, they have a higher tendency of being medically compliant, and it helps get people in the position of preventing illness. And our students are more likely to return to the communities that have been disenfranchised and pushed to the margins. We are making certain that they are becoming the physicians that their families actually always needed, but did not have. And we're giving you those who are making certain that there's a path for everyone else to follow. Everyone is welcome to this table. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without having proper partners who are willing to help us to reach every student who has a dream of entering these fields, and ensuring that there are more physicians of color leading so that we are bettering medical efficacy on the Black body.
We are a global enterprise that focuses on economic opportunity, economic justice, and economic freedom. We are a sister company to Essence. And what we're doing here in Martha's Vineyard is really having conversations about issues that directly affect the marginalized community.
Bienvenidos a Colombia.
Hola. So I am here in Cali, Colombia, que viva Colombia, at the Global Black Economic Forum. This is an amazing 2-day event here in Cali to celebrate Afro-Colombians, to bring in African Americans, to unite, to talk about how we together can help each other. This is all about helping Afro-Colombians in business get the tools that they need, the programs, the resources to build businesses and to thrive.
So there are institutional problems that we have to deal with, but we also understand as a community, a global Black diaspora, that we have resources, and those resources should be used to invest in our communities globally.
Afro-Latino Travels with Kim Haas is about celebrating the incredible power, beauty, talent, ingenuity of people of African descent in Latin America. And I came up with the idea for the show because I was tired, frankly, of watching Telemundo and Univision and not seeing anybody who looked like any of us.
I am the CEO of CapEQ. We're an impact investing and advisory firm, and one of our big initiatives is investing in Black businesses. One of our big partners is the Global Black Economic Forum, and they focus on the diaspora overall. So when you think about fueling Black business growth, one of our unique opportunities is actually to buy and sell from each other across the diaspora. So we look at being in Colombia as a first step towards really expanding globally within the African descent.
Invitarles entonces a escuchar a líderes y lideresas, empresarios y empresarias afrodescendientes cuyos caminos nos inspiran y nos han abierto espacio para que cada vez seamos más.
Que hay oportunidades para la inversión. Aquí hay gente que quiere emprender, que tiene iniciativas y que quiere apoyos. Pero también es una oportunidad desde la música, desde el arte, desde la cultura, a que le abran las puertas a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestra comunidad, para que intercambiemos afroamericanos, afrocolombianos, podamos tener intercambios desde la música y podamos tener un fortalecimiento mutuo.
It is really an honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Global Black Economic Forum. We're here to talk strategy, real solutions, lasting power, generational change, and we are all here to do it together.
And I think Black people have to look in the mirror and say, what am I willing to lose of my own for my people and our collective preservation?
And we know that we can't build our wealth without our health.
Listen, all we do is make certain that everybody, no matter where they come from, has an opportunity to fulfill the dream of going back and returning to their communities and making certain that everybody has a chance to grow up healthy and strong.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is not dead.
So that tells you that at every single large company, their shareholders are rejecting proposals that are looking to remove, eliminate, reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact.
Black people are understudied and underdocumented in all kinds of medical literature. We are least likely to be included in clinical trials. So the data already, again, is powerfully discriminatory.
We seem to be a little delusional in the Democratic Party. When we're actually think that we're winning, we're actually losing.
Something I'm noticing from a global perspective is we have a lot of people who want to be in power, but very few people who want to lead.
As Kenyan embassy, what we're looking at and part of the Kenya government is to get these linkages with our diaspora. We see each one of you, the Black community, as our diaspora.
And I would start off by asking, who are your top 10 export destinations if you were trading? Why don't you have Africa?
When you say you're going to do something, try like hell to get it done.
The whole communication throughout was, it's not about us. We got to give them a chance to fight in the future.
Your voice is incredibly powerful, and doing so in partnership with other sectors will truly help us to thrive.
Black folks are resilient and we are creative, we're innovative. There must be a relationship between business and labor. Businesses, organizations really are starting to see that they get markedly better results when you have a diverse leadership team. Absolutely.
Donald Trump told you who he was. He told you what he wanted to do. He told you what his priorities were. They told you they were going to attack women's basic reproductive rights. They were going to attack access to the ballot. They were going to throw people out of this country.
We've brought many health leaders from all across the country, even the world, to be here for this weekend. We have health embedded in many conversations.
Alphonso, thank you to your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. FIFA World Cup. It is in 2 years. The purpose of this fireside is to really help businesses prepare. So if I'm a business owner and I'm thinking about FIFA World Cup, where do you think the opportunities are?
In relation to tourism, it is a $1.2 trillion industry. People don't think about that. Trillion. Just for Georgia alone, we're $72 billion in economic impact for tourism. So when you talk about, that's the magnitude of what this World Cup is going to be. In the role that I'm in tourism, I'm the president of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. And some of the avenues that's been utilized would be servicing the particular event, creating branded fan zones, things that will create experiences. Fundamentally, you have to understand the culture of what this particular event is. It's not just any sporting event. It's a cultural aspect to this entire thing. So understanding who your market is and what part of the world they're coming from.
What distinguishes East Point and what you do from everyone else? And again, you're only one of 3 Black women running a visitors bureau in the country.
There are over 800 CVBs in the United States doing the same thing I do, and only a handful of Black, including men and women in total, less than 1%. One of the main things that we have going for us is that we are at the world's busiest airport. And our cultural heritage that we have, there's so much culture and history in East Point. So people come for things that they can't find elsewhere, but they also come for convenience. But the service that we provide is what puts us above the rest and all of the other tourism products that we have.
You know when you call your physician now and you get annoyed because they tell you that you've got to wait? Right. For months to see them? Imagine when that is, you need to wait 2 years to see them. This country is already headed very quickly for a horrendous physician shortage. Average rate of Black men in medicine is now less than it was in the 1970s. Because we're experiencing it in some specialties right now. There are only 600 Black orthopedic surgeons in this country. 600 of them. Quite frankly, what we are seeing is that Black mamas and Black babies live longer when they have Black doctors. We have to stop acting as if we don't recognize what the real structural barriers are, and that we run to the source of them and that we begin to remove them. And what is unique is that right now, while we are at a point in time when DEI and anything that even looks like it is being attacked, understand that that means that the schools where these students are attending can no longer provide minority scholarships. Think about that.
Welcome to Cooking Up Conversations. This is a series of events that we're holding to talk about some of the key complex issues that we're confronting and, importantly, outline solutions.
The National Medical Fellowships. What is NMF?
NMF is the sole private nonprofit organization in this country that has been advancing health equity at the intersection of the health-wealth gap for the last 80 years.
80 years.
80 years. We have given the country and the world well over 35,000 Black and brown physicians by helping them to pay their way through medical school.
Mic drop. Okay.
Why is it important to have a Black doctor as opposed to a white doctor, as opposed to a brown doctor?
Why is that important when you go into a hospital or you go to your general practitioner?
When they are dealing with a physician that looks like them, has a shared lived experience, perhaps comes from a community that they recognize, they have a higher tendency of being medically compliant, and it helps get people in the position of preventing illness. And our students are more likely to return to the communities that have been disenfranchised and pushed to the margins. We are making certain that they are becoming the physicians that their families actually always needed, but did not have. And we're giving you those who are making certain that there's a path for everyone else to follow. Everyone is welcome to this table. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without having proper partners who are willing to help us to reach every student who has a dream of entering these fields, and ensuring that there are more physicians of color leading so that we are bettering medical efficacy on the Black body.
We are a global enterprise that focuses on economic opportunity, economic justice, and economic freedom. We are a sister company to Essence. And what we're doing here in Martha's Vineyard is really having conversations about issues that directly affect the marginalized community.
Bienvenidos a Colombia.
Hola. So I am here in Cali, Colombia, que viva Colombia, at the Global Black Economic Forum. This is an amazing 2-day event here in Cali to celebrate Afro-Colombians, to bring in African Americans, to unite, to talk about how we together can help each other. This is all about helping Afro-Colombians in business get the tools that they need, the programs, the resources to build businesses and to thrive.
So there are institutional problems that we have to deal with, but we also understand as a community, a global Black diaspora, that we have resources, and those resources should be used to invest in our communities globally.
Afro-Latino Travels with Kim Haas is about celebrating the incredible power, beauty, talent, ingenuity of people of African descent in Latin America. And I came up with the idea for the show because I was tired, frankly, of watching Telemundo and Univision and not seeing anybody who looked like any of us.
I am the CEO of CapEQ. We're an impact investing and advisory firm, and one of our big initiatives is investing in Black businesses. One of our big partners is the Global Black Economic Forum, and they focus on the diaspora overall. So when you think about fueling Black business growth, one of our unique opportunities is actually to buy and sell from each other across the diaspora. So we look at being in Colombia as a first step towards really expanding globally within the African descent.
Quiero invitarles entonces a escuchar a líderes y lideresas, empresarios y empresarias afrodescendientes cuyos caminos nos inspiran y nos han abierto espacio para que cada vez seamos más.
Que hay oportunidades para la inversión. Aquí hay gente que quiere emprender, que tiene iniciativas y que quiere apoyos. Pero también es una oportunidad desde la música, desde el arte, desde la cultura, a que le abran las puertas a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestra comunidad, para que intercambiemos afroamericanos, afrocolombianos, podamos tener intercambios desde la música y podamos tener un fortalecimiento mutuo.
It is really an honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Global Black Economic Forum! We're here to talk strategy, real solutions, lasting power, generational change, and we are all here to do it together.
And I think Black people have to look in the mirror and say, what am I willing to lose of my own for my people and our collective preservation?
And we know that we can't build our wealth without our health.
Listen, all we do is make certain that everybody, no matter where they come from, has an opportunity to fulfill the dream of going back and returning to their communities and making certain that everybody has a chance to grow up healthy and strong.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is not dead.
So that tells you that at every single large company, their shareholders are rejecting proposals that are looking to remove, eliminate, reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact?
Black people are understudied and underdocumented in all kinds of medical literature. We are least likely to be included in clinical trials. So the data already, again, is powerfully discriminatory.
We seem to be a little delusional in the Democratic Party. When we're actually think that we're winning, we're actually losing.
Something I'm noticing from a global perspective is we have a lot of people who want to be in power, but very few people who want to lead.
As Kenyan embassy, what we're looking at and part of the Kenya government is to get these linkages with our diaspora. We see each one of you, the Black community, as our diaspora.
And I would start off by asking, who are your top 10 export destinations if you were trading? Why don't you have Africa?
When you say you're going to do something, try like hell to get it done.
The whole communication throughout was, it's not about us. We got to give them a chance to fight in the future.
Your voice is incredibly powerful, and doing so in partnership with other sectors will truly help us to thrive.
Black folks are resilient and we are creative, we're innovative. There must be a relationship between business and labor.
Businesses, organizations really are starting to see that they get markedly better results when you have a diverse leadership team.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump told you who he was. He told you what he wanted to do. He told you what his priorities were. They told you they were going to attack women's basic reproductive rights. They were going to attack access to the ballot. They were going to throw people out of this country.
We've brought many health leaders from all across the country, even the world, to be here for this weekend. We have health embedded in many conversations.
Alphonso, thank you to your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. FIFA World Cup. It is in 2 years. The purpose of this fireside is to really help businesses prepare. So if I'm a business owner and I'm thinking about FIFA World Cup, where do you think the opportunities are?
In relation to tourism, it is a $1.2 trillion industry. People don't think about that. Trillion. Just for Georgia alone, we're $72 billion in economic impact for tourism. So when you talk about, that's the magnitude of what this World Cup is going to be. In the role that I'm in tourism, I'm the president of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. And some of the avenues that's been utilized would be servicing the particular event, creating branded fan zones, things that will create experiences. Fundamentally, you have to understand the culture of what this particular event is. It's not just any sporting event. It's a cultural aspect to this entire thing. So understanding who your market is and what part of the world they're coming from.
What distinguishes East Point and what you do from everyone else? And again, you're only one of 3 Black women running a visitors bureau in the country.
There are over 800 CVBs in the United States doing the same thing I do, and only a handful of Black, including men and women in total, less than 1%. One of the main things that we have going for us is that we are at the world's busiest airport, and our cultural heritage that we have. There's so much culture and history in East Point. So people come for things that they can't find elsewhere, but they also come for convenience. But the service that we provide is what puts us above the rest and all of the other tourism products that we have.
You know when you call your physician now and you get annoyed because they tell you that you've got to wait? Right. For months to see them? Imagine when that is, you need to wait 2 years to see them. This country is already headed very quickly for a horrendous physician shortage. Average rate of Black men in medicine is now less than it was in the 1970s. Because we're experiencing it in some specialties right now. There are only 600 Black orthopedic surgeons in this country. 600 of them. Quite frankly, what we are seeing is that Black mamas and Black babies live longer when they have Black doctors. We have to stop acting as if we don't recognize what the real structural barriers are, and that we run to the source of them and that we begin to remove them. And what is unique is that right now, while we are at a point in time when DEI and anything that even looks like it is being attacked, understand that that means that the schools where these students are attending can no longer provide minority scholarships. Think about that.
Welcome to Cooking Up Conversations. This is a series of events that we're holding to talk about some of the key complex issues that we're confronting, and importantly, outline solutions.
The National Medical Fellowships. What is NMF?
NMF is the sole private nonprofit organization in this country that has been advancing health equity at the intersection of the health-wealth gap for the last 80 years.
80 years.
80 years. We have given the country and the world well over 35,000 Black and brown physicians by helping them to pay their way through medical school.
My crowd. Okay.
Why is it important to have a Black doctor as opposed to a white doctor, as opposed to a brown doctor? Why is that important when you go into a hospital or you go to your general practitioner?
When they are dealing with a physician that looks like them, has a shared lived experience, perhaps comes from a community that they recognize, they have a higher tendency of being medically compliant, and it helps get people in the position of preventing illness. And our students are more likely to return to the communities that have been disenfranchised and pushed to the margins. We are making certain that they are becoming the physicians that their families actually always needed, but did not have. And we're giving you those who are making certain that there's a path for everyone else to follow. Everyone is welcome to this table. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without having proper partners who are willing to help us to reach every student who has a dream of entering these fields, and ensuring that there are more physicians of color leading so that we are bettering medical efficacy on the Black body.
We are a global enterprise that focuses on economic opportunity, economic justice, and economic freedom. We are a sister company to Essence. And what we're doing here in Martha's Vineyard is really having conversations about issues that directly affect the marginalized community.
Bienvenidos a Colombia.
Hola. So I am here in Cali, Colombia, que viva Colombia, at the Global Black Economic Forum. This is an amazing two-day event here in Cali to celebrate Afro-Colombians, to bring in African Americans, to unite, to talk about how we together can help each other. This is all about helping Afro-Colombians in business get the tools that they need, the programs, the resources to build businesses and to thrive.
So there are institutional problems that we have to deal with, but we also understand as a community, a global Black diaspora, that we have resources, and those resources should be used to invest in our communities globally.
Afro-Latino Travels with Kim Haas is about celebrating the incredible power, beauty, talent, ingenuity of people of African descent in Latin America. And I came up with the idea for the show because I was tired, frankly, of watching Telemundo and Univision and not seeing anybody who looked like any of us.
I am the CEO of CapEQ. We're an impact investing and advisory firm, and one of our big initiatives is investing in Black businesses. One of our big partners is the Global Black Economic Forum, and they focus on the diaspora overall. So when you think about fueling Black business growth, one of our unique opportunities is actually to buy and sell from each other across the diaspora. So we look at being in Colombia as a first step towards really expanding globally within the African descent.
Quiero invitarles entonces a escuchar a líderes y lideresas, empresarios y empresarias afrodescendientes cuyos caminos nos inspiran y nos han abierto espacio para que cada vez seamos más.
Que hay oportunidades para la inversión. Aquí hay gente que quiere emprender, que tiene iniciativas y que quiere apoyos. Pero también es una oportunidad desde la música, desde el arte, desde la cultura, a que le abran las puertas a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestra comunidad, para que intercambiemos afroamericanos, afrocolombianos, podamos tener intercambios desde la música y podamos tener un fortalecimiento mutuo.
It is really an honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Global Black Economic Forum. We're here to talk strategy, real solutions, lasting power, generational change, and we are all here to do it together.
And I think black people have to look in the mirror and say, what am I willing to lose of my own for my people and our collective preservation?
And we know that we can't build our wealth without our health.
Listen, all we do is make certain that everybody, no matter where they come from, has an opportunity to fulfill the dream of going back and returning to their communities and making certain that everybody has a chance to grow up healthy and strong.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is not dead.
So that tells you that at every single large company, their shareholders are rejecting proposals that are looking to remove, eliminate, reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact.
Black people are understudied and underdocumented in all kinds of medical literature. We are least likely to be included in clinical trials. So the data already, again, is powerfully discriminatory.
We seem to be a little delusional in the Democratic Party. When we're actually think that we're winning, we're actually losing.
Something I'm noticing from a global perspective is we have a lot of people who want to be in power, but very few people who want to lead.
As Kenyan embassy, what we're looking at and part of the Kenya government is to get these linkages with our diaspora. We see each one of you, the black community, as our diaspora.
And I would start off by asking, who are your top 10 export destinations if you were trading? Why don't you have Africa?
When you say you're going to do something, try like hell to get it done.
The whole communication throughout was, it's not about us. We got to give them a chance to fight in the future.
Your voice is incredibly powerful, and doing so in partnership with other sectors will truly help us to thrive. Black folks are resilient, and we are creative, we're innovative. There must be a relationship between business and labor.
Businesses, organizations really are starting to see that they get markedly better results when you have a diverse leadership team.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump told you who he was. He told you what he wanted to do. He told you what his priorities were. They told you they were going to attack women's basic reproductive rights. They were going to attack access to the ballot. They were going to throw people out of this country.
We've brought many health leaders from all across the country, even the world, to be here for this weekend. We have health embedded in many conversations.
Alphonso, thank you to your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. FIFA World Cup. It is in 2 years. The purpose of this fireside is to really help businesses prepare. So if I'm a business owner and I'm thinking about FIFA World Cup, where do you think the opportunities are?
In relation to tourism, it is a $1.2 trillion industry. People don't think about that. Trillion. Just for Georgia alone, we're $72 billion in economic impact for tourism. So when you talk about, that's the magnitude of what this World Cup is going to be. In the role that I'm in tourism, I'm the president of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. And some of the avenues that's been utilized would be servicing the particular event, creating branded fan zones, things that will create experiences. Fundamentally, you have to understand the culture of what this particular event is. It's not just any sporting event. It's a cultural aspect to this entire thing. So understanding who your market is and what part of the world they're coming from.
What distinguishes East Point and what you do from everyone else? And again, you're only one of 3 black women running a visitors bureau in the country.
There are over 800 CVBs in the United States doing the same thing I do. And only a handful of black, including men and women in total, less than 1%. One of the main things that we have going for us is that we are at the world's busiest airport. And our cultural heritage that we have, there's so much culture and history in East Point. So people come for things that they can't find elsewhere, but they also come for convenience. But the service that we provide is what puts us above the rest and all of the other tourism products that we have.
You know when you call your physician now and you get annoyed because they tell you that you've got to wait? Right. For months to see them? Imagine when that is, you need to wait 2 years to see them. This country is already headed very quickly to a horrendous physician shortage. Average rate of black men in medicine is now less than it was in the 1970s. Because we're experiencing it in some specialties right now. There are only 600 black orthopedic surgeons in this country. 600 of them. Quite frankly, what we are saying is that black mamas and black babies live longer when they have black doctors. We have to stop acting as if we don't recognize what the real structural barriers are, and that we run to the source of them and that we begin to remove them. And what is unique is that right now, while we are at a point in time when DEI and anything that even looks like it is being attacked, understand that that means that the schools where these students are attending can no longer provide minority scholarships. Think about that.
Welcome to Cooking Up Conversations. This is a series of events that we're holding to talk about some of the key complex issues that we're confronting and, importantly, outline solutions.
The National Medical Fellowships. What is NMF?
NMF is the sole private nonprofit organization in this country that has been advancing health equity at the intersection of the health-wealth gap for the last 80 years.
80 years.
80 years. We have given the country and the world well over 35,000 black and brown physicians by helping them to pay their way through medical school.
My crowd. Okay.
Why is it important to have a black doctor as opposed to a white doctor, as opposed to a brown doctor? Why is that important when you go into a hospital or you go to your general practitioner?
When they are dealing with a physician that looks like them, has a shared lived experience, perhaps comes from a community that they recognize, they have a higher tendency of being medically compliant, and it helps get people in the position of preventing illness. And our students are more likely to return to the communities that have been disenfranchised and pushed to the margins. We are making certain that they are becoming the physicians that their families actually always needed, but did not have. And we're giving you those who are making certain that there's a path for everyone else to follow. Everyone is welcome to this table. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without having proper partners who are willing to help us to reach every student who has a dream of entering these fields, and ensuring that there are more physicians of color leading so that we are bettering medical efficacy on the black body.
We are a global enterprise that focuses on economic opportunity, economic justice, and economic freedom. We are a sister company to Essence. And what we're doing here in Martha's Vineyard is really having conversations about issues that directly affect the marginalized community.
Bienvenidos a Colombia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
In Cali, Colombia, que viva Colombia, at the Global Black Economic Forum. This is an amazing two-day event here in Cali to celebrate Afro-Colombians, to bring in African Americans, to unite, to talk about how we together can help each other. This is all about helping Afro-Colombians in business get the tools that they need, the programs, the resources to build businesses and to thrive.
So there are institutional problems that we have to deal with, but we also understand as a community, a global black diaspora, that we have resources, and those resources should be used to invest in our communities globally.
Afro-Latino Travels with Kim Haas is about celebrating the incredible power, beauty, talent, ingenuity of people of African descent in Latin America. And I came up with the idea for the show because I was tired, frankly, of watching Telemundo and Univision and not seeing anybody who looked like any of us.
I am the CEO of CapEQ. We're an impact investing and advisory firm, and one of our big initiatives is investing in black businesses. One of our big partners is the Global Black Economic Forum, and they focus on the diaspora overall. So when you think about fueling black business growth, one of our unique opportunities is actually to buy and sell from each other across the diaspora. So we look at being in Colombia as a first step towards really expanding globally within the African descent.
Quiero invitarles entonces a escuchar a líderes y lideresas, empresarios y empresarias afrodescendientes cuyos caminos nos inspiran y nos han abierto espacio para que cada vez seamos más.
Que hay oportunidades para la inversión. Aquí hay gente que quiere emprender, que tiene iniciativas y que quiere apoyos. Pero también es una oportunidad desde la música, desde el arte, desde la cultura, a que le abran las puertas a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestra comunidad, para que intercambiemos afroamericanos, afrocolombianos, podamos tener intercambios desde la música y podamos tener un fortalecimiento mutuo.
It is really an honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Global Black Economic Forum. We're here to talk strategy, real solutions, lasting power, generational change, and we are all here to do it together.
And I think black people have to look in the mirror and say, what am I willing to lose of my own for my people and our collective preservation?
And we know that we can't build our wealth without our health.
Listen, all we do is make certain that everybody, no matter where they come from, has an opportunity to fulfill the dream of going back and returning to their communities and making certain that everybody has a chance to grow up healthy and strong.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is not dead.
So that tells you that at every single large company, their shareholders are rejecting proposals that are looking to remove, eliminate, reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact.
Black people are understudied and underdocumented in all kinds of medical literature. We are least likely to be included in clinical trials. So the data already, again, is powerfully discriminatory.
We seem to be a little delusional in the Democratic Party. When we're actually think that we're winning, we're actually losing.
Something I'm noticing from a global perspective is we have a lot of people who want to be in power, but very few people who want to lead.
As Kenyan embassy, what we're looking at and part of the Kenya government is to get these linkages with our diaspora. We see each one of you, the black community, as our diaspora.
And I would start off by asking, who are your top 10 export destinations if you were trading? Why don't you have Africa?
When you say you're going to do something, try like hell to get it done.
The whole communication throughout was, it's not about us. We got to give them a chance to fight in the future.
Your voice is incredibly powerful, and doing so in partnership with other sectors will truly help us to thrive.
Black folks are resilient and we are creative, we're innovative. There must be a relationship between business and labor.
Businesses, organizations really are starting to see that they get markedly better results when you have a diverse leadership team.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump told you who he was. He told you what he wanted to do. He told you what his priorities were. They told you they were going to attack women's basic reproductive rights. They were going to attack access to the ballot. They were going to throw people out of this country.
We've brought many health leaders from all across the country, even the world, to be here for this weekend. We have health embedded in many conversations.
Alphonso, thank you to your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
FIFA World Cup. It is in 2 years. The purpose of this fireside is to really help businesses prepare. So if I'm a business owner and I'm thinking about FIFA World Cup, where do you think the opportunities are?
In relation to tourism, it is a $1.2 trillion industry. People don't think about that. Trillion. Just for Georgia alone, we're $72 billion in economic impact for tourism. So when you talk about...
Please take your seats.
What this World Cup is
the program will begin in 2 minutes.
In tourism, I'm the president of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. Some of the avenues that's been utilized would be servicing the particular event, creating branded fan zones, things that will create experiences. Fundamentally, you have to understand the culture of what this particular event is. It's not just any sporting event. It's a cultural aspect to this entire thing. So understanding who your market is and what part of the world they're coming from.
What distinguishes East Point and what you do from everyone else? And again, you're only one of 3 black women running a visitors bureau in the country.
There are over 800 CVBs in the United States doing the same thing I do. And only a handful of black, including men and women in total, less than 1%. One of the main things that we have for us is that we are at the world's busiest airport. And our cultural heritage that we have, there's so much culture and history in East Point. So people come for things that they can't find elsewhere, but they also come for convenience. But the service that we provide is what puts us above the rest and all of the other tourism products that we have.
You know when you call your physician now and you get annoyed because they tell you that you've got to wait? Right. For months to see them? Imagine when that is, you need to wait 2 years. This country already headed very quickly for a horrendous physician shortage. Average rate of black men in medicine is now less than it was in the 1970s. Because we're experiencing it in some specialties right now. There are only 600 black orthopedic surgeons in this country. 600 of them. Quite frankly, what we are seeing is that black mamas and black babies live longer when they have black doctors. We have to stop acting as if we don't recognize what the real structural barriers are, and that we run to the source of them and that we begin to remove them. And what is unique is that right now, while we are at a point in time when DEI and anything that even looks like it is being attacked, understand that that means that the schools where these students are attending can no longer provide minority scholarships. Think about that.
Welcome to Cooking Up Conversations. This is a series of events that we're holding to talk about some of the key complex issues that we're confronting and, importantly, outline solutions.
The National Medical Fellowships. What is NMF?
NMF is the sole private nonprofit organization in this country that has been advancing health equity at the intersection of the health-wealth gap for the last 80 years.
80 years.
80 years. We have given the country and the world well over 35,000 black and brown physicians by helping them to pay their way through medical school.
My crowd. Okay.
Why is it important to have a black doctor as opposed to a white doctor, as opposed to a brown doctor? Why is that important when you go into a hospital or you go to your general practitioner?
When they are dealing with a physician that looks like them, has a shared lived experience, perhaps comes from a community that they recognize, they have a higher tendency of being medically compliant, and it helps get people in the position of preventing illness. And our students are more likely to return to the communities that have been disenfranchised and pushed to the margins. We are making certain that they are becoming the physicians that their families actually always needed, but did not have. And we're giving you those who are making certain that there's a path for everyone else to follow. Everyone is welcome to this table. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without having proper partners who are willing to help us to reach every student who has a dream of entering these fields, and ensuring that there are more physicians of color leading so that we are bettering medical efficacy on the black body.
We are a global enterprise that focuses on economic opportunity, economic justice, and economic. Our sister company to Essence.
Please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Alencia Johnson.
I'm going to walk back up here, okay? Let's do that VOG again because they're a little full. I didn't get an applause.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Your host, Alencia Johnson.
See, we're down here in New Orleans with good food, so I'm sure we're feeling a little what we would call the itis. Okay. How's everybody doing? It's been a jam-packed but informative morning, right? Well, now I'd like to welcome a very special guest, Mr. Richelieu Dennis from Essence, for a very, very, very special moment. Richelieu, would you join me on stage?
Good afternoon. So I'm the first thing after lunch, so hopefully I can keep you guys awake. But you should have somewhere in your vicinity the reimagined Essence magazine. So we've been working for a few years to think about how does Essence evolve into the next 50 years, the next 100 years, and you guys have heard us say this a lot. But one of the things is to make sure that this book that our mothers grew up with, our sisters grew up with, our grandmothers grew up with, and now our daughters are growing up with, remains special. First, it has to remain here, and then it has to remain special. So the team has been busy reimagining what it is to be a publication for Black women going into the future. And so what that means for us is, first you'll notice the quality of paper, the size of the actual book itself, both the dimensions and the weight of it and the content, the photography on the front and on the other front, the woman that's carrying us on her back right now, all right, Ketanji Brown Jackson. And then the content is now focused on long-form storytelling. So going in deep, telling those stories that you want to share with your family, that you want to read together, that you want to share together, and content that's focused on who the core Essence reader is, has been, and is going to be. And so we're very proud of this, and we're very excited to debut it at Festival this year. We released it at the press conference this morning, and now you guys are the second group to get to see it. So please support our editors, support our photographers, support everybody that has everything to do with this magazine. Renew your subscription if you don't have it renewed, and if you do have it, keep it going. And if you've never had it, go subscribe. Really special stuff in here for you. You'll notice as you flip through the pages, the quality of the photography, the content that's in there, the stories that are being told are to help us get through these moments and drive us into the future. So thank you. Thank you for being here. What a wonderful experience GBEF has become. And looking forward to the rest of the day together and the rest of the weekend. So have fun and get your subscriptions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. This is reminding me of when I was growing up. I was a teenager reading Essence and aspiring to be the women in Essence, not just the famous names, but even the everyday stories. And the care and attention the team has provided and put into this is so wonderful. And at a time when we have to preserve our culture, and part of that is our storytelling. So give it up again for Essence for that. So now we're going to hear a dynamic conversation from one of our signature partners. But before we do, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. So when we think about energy companies, I bet we don't often think about women or Black women leading. But look, we all have cell phones. We all have homes that are run by power. We are all connected, right? But what we don't see is that Black woman leadership. So powered by Entergy, we are going to have a conversation about women leading the future of the utility industry. So I'd love to welcome up Colette Honorable, the Chief Legal Officer, Compliance and Corporate Secretary, Exelon. John Hudson, who is the Chief External Affairs Officer at Entergy. And Nicole Daggs, who is the Executive Vice President, Human Resources and Corporate Services, Next Era Energy.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good. Lively crowd. I think that's great. I have the wonderful privilege of talking to two dynamic leaders in the energy business today. And I want to keep the conversation lively because when you think about electricity, you think about utilities, you don't really think about a lot of interesting and dynamic things. You think about having to pay your power bill, I think, most of the time.
The light bill, as my mama would say.
That's right. And so I want to first take a moment just for you guys to talk about yourselves. I am with Entergy. I'm the Chief External Affairs Officer. I am also the president of the Entergy Charitable Foundation and the chairman of the Entergy Community Development Corporation. And so beyond just serving electricity, we all of us believe our companies have a responsibility to the communities we serve, and we do that very well. So we'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later. But Nicole, let's start with you. Let's talk about you and your journey and how you got to the position that you're in today.
Well, thanks for having me. Super excited to be here on the panel with both you and Colette. So I'm a lawyer by training, and that's how I got into the energy space, was really supporting energy transactions, so selling power, natural gas. I was a deal lawyer, and so that was my entree into energy, and it was kind of by accident, actually. I thought that I was going to do telecommunications work, and the first day that I showed up at my law firm after graduation, there were rolling blackouts in California. And so they put every associate that they had on energy. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me. It was a happenstance, but it exposed me to an incredible career in energy. So I practiced law and energy for probably a decade, and then I moved to the business side, where I had P&L responsibility over renewable assets at our company, generally in the Midwest, as well as our international assets that we had in Canada and Spain. So learned a lot about, sort of management and operations that way pretty quickly. And then I got tapped to move to HR. And I'm sure that makes complete sense to everyone. So at our company, we really believe a lot in moving talent around. And so I was another example of moving people around. So I moved to Florida Power and Light, which is our electric utility in Florida, where we serve about half the state. And so I ran HR for FPL for about 6 or 7 years before getting the opportunity to be promoted into the role that I'm in today, which is running HR and corporate services for our entire company.
Fantastic. Now, the other thing, you work at a company, Next Era, which is the largest by market cap in our company, in the United States. That is a huge company. You are in the C-suite. When you pull up the website and you look at those faces, there are not many faces of color, only you and another person there. And I think it's incredible that you've reached that objective at this stage in your life and in your career. And we'll come back to it. You're already the largest, but a merger was just announced, and so that is a big, and you're a deal person. So I know you have some perspective on that. So I'm going to come back to that. I want you to be thinking about that.
Perfect.
Now, the Honorable, Colette Honorable. Right. You work for the largest company by customer.
Yes.
And that is a very, very big deal. I'm going to let you talk a little bit about yourself, but I do want to make sure that everyone in the room knows that you are a former FERC commissioner. You were appointed by the President of the United States to do that. You are a lawyer as well. Yes. And when we talk about people who are accomplished in our industry, this is really the case for women and men, people of color and non-people of color, to attain the level that you have in our industry. So I want to just put that out there before you start talking about yourself.
Thank you. I don't think I can say another word after that. But let me say how wonderful it is to be here at the Global Black Economic Forum. Thank you, Entergy, great partners. Nicole, great to be with you once again. First of all, John paved the way for both of us to be sitting on this stage, and that's important to state. I am a lawyer by trade. I hail from the great state of Arkansas, hence my southern drawl, this beautiful accent that I have. I worked as a lawyer and did litigation. One day, the Attorney General became governor. He asked me to take a stint in workforce, and then he asked me to go over to the Arkansas Public Service Commission. Within 2 weeks, I almost called him to say, I made a mistake. This is boring. When I got there, on my desk, there was a book that said how electricity is created. I thought I died a little inside. But then I thought, you know what? I'm not a quitter. I'm going to do this job for a year. And then if I don't like it, I'll tell the governor. But then a light clicked on, pun intended, and I fell in love with it and went on to serve as chair of the commission, president of the National Association of Utility Commissioners. And that's when I met John and his peers, regulated Entergy. So it's really wonderful that we are all so friendly today. I was their regulator back in the day. And then I have to say which president tapped me for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I served in the second administration of President Barack Obama. Such an honor to do. And from there went to work at a firm for 6 years, supporting large kind of bet the business projects, helping them get across the line and supporting clean energy integration. When my largest client, Exelon, asked me to come in-house. Calvin Butler is our CEO. If you don't know him, he's incredible, one of 8 African-American CEOs in the Fortune 500. We're a Fortune 200 company. He recruited me for a year because I didn't have sense enough to go take that job right away. I thought, I love what I'm doing. And then he said, I'm going to make you an offer you won't be able to refuse. And he did, and I left that job. He did, thank you. I was on the board of Southern Company at the time. We had just elected a new CEO, African-American also, Chris Womack. If you don't know him, he's something else. And then I departed. My work there was done. I started like a role like John's, Chief External Affairs Officer. And then a year and a half ago was named as Chief Legal Officer. So I'm a named executive officer of this 11 million customer company. We have 20,000 employees. I oversee federal affairs and strategy for legislative and regulatory, of course, legal claims, compliance, ethics, and corporate giving. So it's a beast of a job. I love it every day, and it's an honor to do this work in our footprint.
Fantastic. Man, you named a lot of
it's too much
CEOs, though, before that. You know,
yes.
2 African-American CEOs. I'm looking
It's a dream. It's a dream.
Looking at you guys on the stage. What's going on in this boring industry with all these African-Americans?
It's so hot. It's
excelling,
so sexy.
You know.
Not boring. Yeah, not boring.
So why do you think that has happened? I mean, you look across at other industries, they don't have the same story. You know, what are your thoughts about that? How do you think this is occurring, you know, right now at this time in our country's history?
Yeah, I think right now energy is in the spotlight for everything. I think all of us are talking about AI and manufacturing and onshoring, re-onshoring. We're excited about the growth that's happening, and I think we all finally realize that you can't do any of it without energy. So I think in some ways energy is becoming cool right now. And I hope that certainly as the person at my company who's in charge of people, I want it to be attractive to the next generation and to others who are looking for opportunities to grow, because that's what our space is all about right now. It's just growth. So there's no better time for folks to really turn to and learn more about what we do.
I agree, Nicole. I would add to that, you all have heard the saying, what makes the world go round? What is it that makes the world? Money. But au contraire, it's actually energy. Our sector is 5% of the GDP, but we fuel the remaining 95%. So nothing is happening without us, and that's the truth. You can't make your widgets at your company. You can't drive to work. You couldn't fly here. By the way, if you could see this room from this vantage point, it's super hot seeing y'all looking in these different colors and shades on these beautiful couches. Nothing is going to happen if we aren't at the center of it. And we know the role that we play. Entergy does it well. We do too. So does all of our friends. So do all of our friends at NextEra and FPL. And as John said, they're trying to take over the world right now.
One day at a time.
That's right. We're at the center of economic development. We are the partners that help make the dreams come true. And we are the people that are in our communities to help improve the quality of life. We at Exelon support almost 11 million customers in some of the largest, most urban areas, D.C., Chicago, Baltimore, Philly, and a lot of places in between. This is where it's at, and we will always be a part of what is growing and what's improving in our communities.
Man, let's talk about data centers. We hear so much about AI. We know how AI is changing a lot of our businesses, the way that we live. But what allows that to happen are the data centers. And people don't feel good about data centers. It is just not beautiful, coverage in the media these days. And behind those data centers is the energy. They are huge consumers of power. And all of us are serving these data centers. We just announced a data center about a year ago in Richland Parish that ultimately, when it gets built out, will be almost the size of Manhattan. These are huge, huge physical structures, but they consume a lot of energy, and they are developing a reputation that I think is unfair, but the reputation is still there. And so talk a little bit, Nicole, about your thoughts on data centers and your company's thoughts and how you're dealing with some of the negativity around them.
So I think when you said data center, I heard some moaning in the audience. And so I think that you're spot on that, a lot of us aren't sure what to make about the consequences of data centers coming into our communities. At NextEra, we've been very focused on making sure that we keep the customers at the center of everything that we do, because ultimately we have a duty to serve, but we also have a duty to make sure that we are serving reliably, but also ensuring that our customers have the ability to pay their bills, that we're affordable. You have to pay your light bill. It's a service that you have to have. Everybody needs lights. And so we need to make sure that we are providing a low-cost, reliable product that all of our customers can enjoy. So when we think about data centers, our point of view is that everybody should pay their own way, that our customers should not be subsidizing data centers. And so in Florida, we actually got a large load tariff passed, which basically means that data centers and other large customers will have to pay their own way, so that our residential customers do not have to take care of adding them to the grid or finding new sources of power and subsidizing these large-scale customers. And I think that really goes to our corporate values. We think that, again, our customers need to make sure that they're able to do what they need to do and take care of their families and take care of their pocketbooks. And this is a key way where we can make sure that they can continue to do that.
I couldn't agree more, Nicole. And when we came to this issue, we have to really take stock of where we are in our history, because this is an unprecedented time in our nation where we haven't had such tremendous load growth. Honestly, I've been in this business 25 years. Most of the time, load growth, meaning how much more energy we need to meet the capacity or the energy needs that exist, has been really flat. Unless you were in Texas, maybe Florida, maybe some parts in the upper northern middle part of the country, load growth was very flat. So now that's turned on its head. In one of our states, in Illinois, ComEd is the fourth largest utility in the nation with 4 million customers. The load growth that they are seeing is astronomical. The need over the next 10 years could be almost 20 gigawatts of power. That's equivalent to about 20 nuclear units or 20 power plants. It's unheard of. We immediately began, there's a saying, necessity is the mother of invention. Because of those populations that I spoke about, we aren't California or places with these very large outsized per capita incomes. We had to approach this with the view of what is best for our customer. In fact, when we talked about our innovation that has now been adopted nationwide, the first question that our CEO, Calvin Butler, asked is this the best thing for our customers? We, too, approach this by saying, you have to pay your own way, data centers. This scientific innovation, it's here. We're already using it. We're working to make sure, as I understand you've heard from some of the earlier sessions, that it's done equitably. But the work is going to be here, and we need for it to be here from a national security perspective. We don't want that capability housed in China, for instance. But as we've moved forward at Exelon, we require data centers and other large load customers in our footprint to execute what is called a transmission security agreement. This means if they back away from the project at any time, certain intervals in the project development, they pay X amount. We do not plan for any of our customers, small residential customers, small businesses, low-income customers, senior citizens, to be left holding the bag. We started that throughout our jurisdictions, and just in June, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission adopted this construct for all agreements throughout the nation. We, too, have put forward tariffs, which is the piece of paper that says the utility can charge the cost just for large loads, both at the national level and then also at the retail level, which is at your state level. So we are working every day to make sure we meet this moment. It's an exciting time, but we have to protect our customers in the least of these.
No doubt. I think all of us, all the utilities are having to figure this out. Those
you
costs,
guys are doing it well.
Yeah,
we're watching you.
Yeah, well, we have something called Fair Share Plus.
That's right.
Right, so it's everything that you guys said, but there's a second requirement, which the utilities, whether it's Meta or Google or AWS, you need to make some contributions in the community.
Absolutely.
In addition to paying your fair
Absolutely.
share,
I love
what are you doing for the least of these? And they are stepping up.
Yes.
They are stepping up and making those contributions. So I think all of us are thinking through that.
Yes.
Both of you touched on a big issue, affordability. One of the things that we're all concerned about, and it's become a campaign issue leading into the November elections, everybody's talking about affordability. Everybody thinks that these data centers are driving up electricity prices. And so how are you guys thinking through affordability even if it's not data centers, the price of everything, including electricity, is going up.
Yes.
And so how are you guys thinking about that in terms of the jurisdictions that you serve?
John, this is our most challenging issue today. And to be clear, policymakers and politicians have talked about affordability, heck, for the longest. I remember being a little girl and one of the presidential hopefuls didn't know how much milk costs or bread or eggs, one of them. Y'all remember that, those who are as old as I am. This is real for our customers. It's real especially in the footprint in which we operate because we have a shortage of supply. You've heard me talk about capacity. So at the same time that the load or the need is ramping up, we don't have the generation to meet it. We call that supply. And the regional construct that plans for that is able to require that more be built. So we are really focused on, one, educating our customers on what is included in your bill. If you took a typical dollar, our costs at Exelon, so whether you're PepCo, ComEd, PECO, BGE, Baltimore Gas Electric, the oldest gas utility in the nation, our cost is actually about $0.25. Supply is 60% of that, and that has gone up dramatically. The rest would be comprised of surcharges and taxes and energy policy. That is real for our customers. I remember my father-in-law saying to me, if y'all raise my rates one more time, I'm coming down there on your job. That's how pissed people are today. We are too. We are as frustrated. And we are focused on driving policy that changes this dynamic. We also are willing to build. Today we're a transmission and distribution company. We move the power and the gas where it needs to go. We're willing to get back into the generation game because we know having more supply will bring the cost down for our customers. Affordability is the top challenge for our customers, and we're going to continue to see it until we fix that issue in the mid-Atlantic and northeast portion of the country.
So totally agree with what you said in terms of policy, and that has to be one of the angles that we pursue. Another angle that we focus on is really innovation and how we drive costs out of the business to make sure that we are keeping that bill as low as possible. So for FPL, one of the hallmarks of our company is, Six Sigma and looking for opportunities to drive process improvements. And we really push that across our employee base. And so we've got O&M, which is the operation and maintenance costs that flow into our bill, that's 70% below the national average. So we aim to be better than everybody else, but we also mostly aim to just beat ourselves on a daily basis. So when we think about innovation, we think about things like, how do we predict outages? If we can predict outages, we can get ahead of it and probably minimize the cost and the inconvenience to our customers, but mostly address the cost factor. So policy certainly a key way to continue to think about addressing affordability, but we're also thinking about it from an innovation standpoint and how do we just take costs out of the business.
That's so good. If you don't mind me saying, I love that you mentioned innovation. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had our Innovation Expo at Exelon, where we highlighted the things that our colleagues are doing. Any one of our 20,000 colleagues can develop things that help keep them safe, things that help us get better about reliability. By the way, in our companies, our reliability is benchmarked against our peers is 1, 2, 4, and 7. So we get that right. What we're still working on is innovation. We are endeavoring to leverage AI, something we've been talking about today, to identify, using machine learning, what a healthy transmission tower looks like, what a healthy transformer looks like, so that we can identify, to Nicole's point, what we need to do before the outage occurs. It saves on trip rolls, it saves on sending out a truck with our field crews, it saves our customers money. We also, and I think most healthy corporations are focused on reinventing themselves and reimagining what the delivery of services to our customers looks like. More importantly, how we partner with them. Through the end of this year, we will have driven $3 billion out of our business. That's important for us to do. As we talk about affordability and why it's critical that we focus on it, we have to focus on doing our job better and more efficiently. And now we're in the middle of what we call Exelon 2.0, where we're looking at centralizing functions and things across our footprint. I love that you mention innovation because it's such a critical component.
Yeah, so I love it too. Policy and innovation, and I know both of your companies are focused on corporate philanthropy. And all the programs and initiatives that I've seen announced from both of your companies, I know that happens. But, you know, we've been talking about a bunch of technical issues. Let's talk about some interesting things that may have happened across your career. I mean, you guys have landed in some wonderful places. But it couldn't have just been easy. I mean, it couldn't have been easy for you to get to this space. You had to have, you know, faced some opposition or challenges in order to get there. And so I'd love for you to talk about, you know, maybe one or two things that you faced to get to this really elevated position in the industry and at your companies.
I can't wait to hear what Colette's going to say. You know, I think as I reflect on my career, taking chances, there aren't a lot of people who look like us in big jobs as I was moving up through my company or just through the energy industry. But when I did see those faces, they were encouraging. And, you know, one thing that was important to me was taking chances, being able to take chances. And I think part of the way that you're able to take chances is that you are building a reputation for yourself, that you already deliver a good product or you have a reputation for some sort of expertise. And so as I have been sort of working at that as a lawyer, that sort of opened the door for me to do other things. And so that was something that was really important as I was moving through the energy space, was creating a reputation and building a network, meeting other folks who were doing things that were inspiring, like Colette, and looking for opportunities to stretch myself and do something different. So I always felt like if I failed at the business side of it, I could go back and be a lawyer. So having a plan B and a plan C is always helpful. So I always encourage people to think about it that way. Everybody's good at something, so making sure you know what you're good at and being able to define that and talk about that and then create the space for yourself to learn something more. What else is it that you want to do? Being able to define that, I think, is just really important.
I couldn't agree more, Nicole. I don't know how to follow that. I couldn't agree more with challenging yourself. There have been several times in my career where I thought, I'm going to take this leap of faith and try something new and different. And along the way, although I'm who I have always been at my core, you know, this Southern belle, that's still in there. But now I'm a beast sitting at the top of a corporation. And that is, thank you. I never saw that for myself. And let me be honest with you, I've never been courageous enough to try it. So in these roles that we've talked about as we shared our journeys, you heard me say somebody asked me to do this, I never said, I can do that. I'm going to go get that job. But that's what I encourage you to do. I didn't know that I could help oversee the nation's grid. I've been on stages all over the world. I didn't know I had that in me. And then when Calvin pursued me I shouldn't say pursued, he would be like, what? When he asked me to consider coming to the company, I also thought, no, I never envisioned myself doing that. But why didn't I? That's why I ask you to challenge yourself. Why haven't you challenged yourself? So at my first performance evaluation, you know, you go in there and you talk about you the best thing they ever had. I told him, I can do this job. He said, I know you can. I said, I know I can, because I'm doing it, and I'm doing it better than it's ever been done. And we've never had a black woman in our C-suite, which you all know we need to quit having first. It's 2026. What is happening? But if you are going to do it to the fullest so that someone can come after you. John has done it. Look at John sitting in the C-suite doing it. And look at Nicole. But we have this responsibility, and we all mentor and sponsor, because we want people to see themselves. We're not going to be the last. And I want the next person. We have an intern in our office. Her name is Bailey Wilson. She's just adorable. She's a rising sophomore at the University of Tampa. I want her to think, I'm going to be the CEO. I want her to hope for something beyond what I'm doing today. And so I agree with Nicole. We have to push ourselves, be comfortable being uncomfortable, and say yes. Or better yet, put your hand up to say, I can do that. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So we've got a few moments. Global Black Economic Forum. We are in an industry where billions of dollars are being spent. We just talked about data center, and if you think about the amount of money that's going to be spent to build these things, to provide electricity to these things, and really just all the large load, that's out there, this is going to create huge opportunity all across the supply chain. And so my question to you in the last just quick few moments, because we are talking about economics, what should people who are interested in this industry, where should they be focused? What should they be focused on to try to capture some of that?
Everything, all of it. And what I mean by that is when you think about the energy industry, I think a lot of people might think line workers and engineers. But Colette mentioned earlier, right, her company, these are Fortune 200, Fortune 100 companies. That means that they have every discipline. So if you are an accountant, if you are a nuclear physicist, if you are a project manager, there is an opportunity for you to support the energy industry. And so I think if there's one thing that people leave with, it should be that there is opportunity around the entire value chain, as you mentioned, for anyone who has a desire to be a part of it. So I think that's really important. The other thing that I would mention, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, I think there's this myth that AI is not going to be helpful to us. AI is something that we should be fearful of. And I think what we've seen at our company is really just the opposite, that when we give people an opportunity to experiment, to pilot, that people are using AI as their superpower. And so using AI, whether it's to look for a job, to think about an opportunity, to come up with a business idea, I think that our community in particular needs to embrace it and make sure that we are on top of it, because we can use it to really elevate ourselves and make sure that we're getting all of those opportunities that we are seeking. So we ought not be left behind. We need to make sure that we're really using it as our superpower. But I think when we think about the energy industry, my take is make sure that you're considering all that there is, and we cover the full gamut of opportunities.
Very well said, Nicole. I often say anything you can do anywhere, you can do in the energy sector. Anything. And we need more workers in the future, more leaders in the future. We do need more engineers and people who are in finance, but we also need folks who are focused on policy, innovators and creators. We need a lot of that as our sector, which is well over 100 years old, is working and moving to meet this moment. We need young minds. We need creative minds. Most of all, we need people who hustle hard. I've never worked harder in my life, I'm going to tell you right now. And this job requires a lot. It requires you to bring your whole self to the table, all of it, my braids, all of that I have to bring all of it to the table to bear because we have a lot of challenges right now, but we have even more opportunity. And when you are in the room, magic happens. So I hope that you will consider Energy. It's been a life changer for me, for my family, for my community. And we are honored to partner strongly, whether it's through our customer relief fund. We give out $60 million. I mentioned to John, we were the first utility to become part of the $1 billion roundtable. We've clipped $3 billion now, and this work is very real. The opportunity is real, and so are the benefits.
Thank you for that. And there's a lot of business opportunity.
Absolutely.
That is, it is critical.
We build leaders and businesses. I know we're over time.
Yeah, we are.
But we went, look, I'm going to keep going like I didn't hear that. There's a man in Philadelphia, William Bowie. He started out as a contractor. He told us he wanted to create his own business. Today he has his own business. If his business is valued at $23 million, 21 of that he gets from us. We are building leaders. We are building economic engines in our communities. So it's really powerful.
Yes. So we're going to wrap.
Okay, I'll quit talking now.
We're going to wrap. I just want to leave you. If you see and hear about all of these billions of dollars being spent, come get some of that. Come get some of that if you can. And so we'll be around, and just come up and talk to us about it. If you have an opportunity.
Hey, John, you're amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, John.
Thank these
Colette.
wonderful, wonderful ladies. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
No more fighting. I won't love without the war. I'm inviting you to even up the score. If I lay my cards out on the table, showing hearts like never before, tell me, will you be ready, willing, and able when I come knocking at your door? Tired of the stress, I don't want to second guess, I just want to say yes. Yeah, yes. Doesn't matter how hard I seem to try, I can't patient, waiting for us to find a way. With this foundation, love is all we have to make. Yeah. So here my cards lay on your table. So much to gain, much more to lose. But I'm ready, willing, and able. If I'm the one you choose, I'm so tired of the stress. I don't want to second guess. I just want to say yes. Yeah, yeah. And baby, there's no need to be scared. There's no way to prepare. This love affair is ours to share. We just gotta say yes.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
All right. How are y'all feeling? Are we still alive? Do we need caffeine? There's some drinks out there. We have another dynamic conversation with two amazing Black women. We're going to be talking about AI, labor, and the future of workforce development. I think something we've been teasing throughout the entire day so far. So I'd like to just get out the way and welcome up April Verrett, who is the International President of SCIU, and Aaliyah Hawk, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Global Black Economic Forum's Academy for Advancing Excellence. Please give it up for our panel.
All right. So it's after lunch. I don't know how we landed this spot, but we're going to bring some energy so you won't even need the caffeine after this conversation. How about that?
That part.
So question for all of you in the audience. How many of you use AI every day? Good. Okay, so we see a lot of hands in the audience, but probably not 100%. So I have a little bit of data for you. If you text and use assumptive typing, that's AI. If you're using Alexa, if you're using Google Home, if you're using any of those pieces of equipment, that is AI. So we are using AI every single day for all types of practices and processes, et cetera, et cetera. So we are here. We have been in the fourth industrial revolution for about 15 years now, and it's not going anywhere. And April, I'm really curious to know from you, there's some people who they're afraid of AI, they want to stay away from it. What do you say to those folks who are just like, I'm not into AI and I'm not going to be?
Okay, but AI is going to be into you, right? It is already into you. And the reality is that there is so much for us to be angry about, frustrated about, afraid of, including the way technology, artificial intelligence, innovation could negatively impact our lives, because the reality is that our communities are often negatively impacted by change because we've not been in positions of power to harness the benefits of change. And we've also been at the receiving end of a lot of oppression. And so we just think, oh, here's more of it, right? And in a time where everything feels so oppressive, it's something else to be angry about, to be afraid of. But the reality is that I think we have the opportunity to shape AI to be about how we build our power, how we build wealth in our communities. And so I am all for righteous indignation and anger. I have a fair share of my own, but we also have to be about acting in the best interest of our communities.
So when you think about that action part, because I too have a high bias for action, I think we do a really good job of admiring the problem, communicating about the problem, and all of those things. But sometimes the action part of the equation is a little bit different. Give us two actions that we could take to really step into this new era, or evolving era, rather?
So two. One, understand it, right? I think there is so much propaganda, mis and disinformation, assumptions, rumor, urban legend. So I think we owe it to ourselves to really understand exactly what are we talking about. To the way you opened, what is AI? What is artificial intelligence? And I think part of what we have to understand is that what has been forecasted to be coming is not here yet. The fact that there is a race with some Chinese developers, right, to get to the second generation of artificial intelligence tells us that we aren't there yet. So these companies are still developing tools, and so we can still take the reins of it. And also, let's understand, we cannot believe the hype and the propaganda machine that some of these companies is trying to convince us of. Y'all, they trying to sell stock. Like, let's remember, they are trying to make it seem like they're farther out there and that this technology is more advanced than it already is. And I'm not saying there isn't real things to be concerned about. But what I am saying is let's not act like Armageddon is around the corner, right? We still have time to figure out strategies and tactics and a real plan about how technological changes and advancement is used to benefit workers in our communities. But we're going to lose the window if all we do is sit around and be upset and angry and act like it's not happening. Because I don't think we can prevent advances of technology. We've never been able to. Think cotton gin. Think assembly line, right? The way this economy works, if there is something that's going to make people more money, it's going to happen. The question is who has the reins of controlling when and how and to whom it happens.
You brought up a couple of things around what I would call are disruptors. And I would say that artificial intelligence right now is another disruptor. But just like you mentioned the cotton gin, there have been other disruptors. So as we think about, again, we're going to keep this very action-oriented, and you gave us a really good action. If we're lots of business leaders in this room, policymakers, et cetera, how do we help people to not to build awareness, but to build it from credible sources? Because right now, in the time of AI, people are also using artificial intelligence to put out misinformation. So what do you say to that? And then I want to get into workers, and I want to go down that path. But I'm just curious to get more from you on. It's hard sometimes to know what's real and what's not. So how do we start to peel back the layers and say, okay, these are credible sources for information?
Yeah, I would say start with the Global Black Economic Forum.
Agreed. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Use your partners. We have experts like you, Aaliyah, in the space who are helping us do the work, who are credible sources. We don't need to go to CNN. We don't need to go to MSNBC. Don't go to Meta, right? Like, don't go to Meta to try to get your information when Meta is the company that's selling its own propaganda. So use our partnerships, use the communities of trusted allies that we know we can trust.
That's beautiful. And I think in this time, throughout today, we've been talking about how we've been under attack, and there's just various parts of the Black culture that's being really called to question in ways that I've never seen in my lifetime. However, my mother, who was raised in Jim Crow time, she's like, I've seen this before. I'm curious from you because your grandmother was in this labor fight long before you were. Talk to us a little bit about what she's taught you for this blueprint in the blueprint that she gave you in dealing with disruption.
Yeah, I miss my mommy every single day. And what I watched her do was stand up for herself. I watched her join with her coworkers in their organization to demand more, right? As Black women in the city of Chicago who clean for a living said, my work and my worth, like I am someone and I have dignity and my work should have dignity. And the wages and the benefits I receive from my work should reflect that dignity. And I just think that that is so simple, yet so incredibly profound. Not to get too deep, but the reality is that for us, our dignity and our worth was stripped from our labor, from the very beginnings of our ancestors being brought to these shores. And so much about my work, and I think so much about the collective work that we need to do together, is bringing dignity and worth back to labor.
That is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. And for people who are like, well, how do we do that in a time where people don't want to hear from people who look like you and I? There are people who are really trying to silence that voice. And what I love about unions is that there's a collective voice that helps to amplify, really, I'm going to call it consciousness. You know, it really does. I believe it does. It helps to amplify that. How do we help to bring those voices to the forefront?
Yeah, I believe that, you know, my work is about creating the space for people to realize their own power and make an active choice that they're going to demonstrate and use that power collectively with others. And that is really what this is all about. Right? Whether we are talking about our democracy, we're talking about our economy, we're talking about the changes of AI, it all comes down to power. Who has it, who wants to keep it, and who needs more of it, right? I'm often talking about money, power, and respect, right? Those three things, you know, really, really simple is what you need in life. Lil' Kim told us, right?
Tried to tell us.
She tried to tell us. And I don't like to keep, you know, but it's so simple, right? It really comes down to money, power, respect. How are we going to demand it, fight for it, keep it in all realms?
So as we're thinking about how are we going to, because I keep asking how, when I was growing up, my mom used to, you know, people would say, why? A lot of kids say, why? I was like, well, how? That was always my question. And I interrogate that now, which helps me to be a better problem solver. So I think about how. And I think for each of us, we have to be thinking about how do we help to raise and amplify those voices? How do we help to unite, again, inspire and support each other? And I know we've kind of touched on that a little bit, but I think it really needs a fine point on it at this time, because if we don't have a strategy, we're going to be left behind. We're not going to have the opportunities to set the standard. And I think right now in chaos, there's always opportunity. So now we have an opportunity to correct where we see things that might be going a little bit off path. And if we don't take it now, if we don't get organized, we will definitely miss an opportunity. So for you, for SEIU, what are you advocating for your members to do at this time?
So I think at a macro level, we need to embrace disruption. We need to embrace being disruptors. I think about 90 years ago, the UAW is celebrating its 90th anniversary. And 90 years ago, auto workers sat down on the shop floor in Flint, Michigan. Nobody thought that they could bring General Motors to the table. And the act of sitting down brought General Motors, one of the most powerful, wealthiest corporations in the world, to the table. And those workers won a contract. And it really was the seeds of a middle class in this country. And so I think about what is our disruption today. If you think about the civil rights movement, right? Our parents and grandparents walking on bridges, sitting down at lunchroom counters. They were disruptors. And so we are called to be disruptors, and it's all we have ever known. And I think we have, as we've gained some semblance of power, as we've accumulated more wealth in our communities, I think some of us have told ourselves that we don't need to be disruptors anymore. that we want to assimilate, right? But I think we are all called, especially in this moment, to be disruptors. But that our disruption cannot look like it looked in 1936. Our disruption cannot look like it looked in 1966. So what is 2026 disruption, right? What is 21st century disruption that can actually impact those in power? And I think AI is itself a disruptor, right? The assembly line was a disruptor. And so as we see this new wave of technology and innovation that will change our economy, that will change the nature of work, what is our disruption that we're going to put up against that disruption so that we ultimately say we are controlling that technology, we are controlling that innovation so that I can live better, so that I can work better. Because if we don't, that technology will happen to us. Right, and I think we will see higher unemployment. We will see higher rates of poverty. We will see higher rates of inequality. So how are we going to put ourselves in the position to use change for our benefit?
Make so many good points there. I want to talk about a couple things. Put fine points on a couple things. One, just a personal note. My grandfather, he's passed away, but he worked for General Motors for 42 years. So he was a part of the UAW and was so proud of that connection. And I think that what's so important about that is about community. And, there's that African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I feel like in unions, it helps to solidify that. And I know we're talking about AI and technology, but I always like to bring stories forward because I feel like it makes it more memorable and personal and all of those things. So just want to put a fine point on that. But something that you said that I want to go with is disruption. So AI is a huge disruptor. We definitely feel that sense of disruption. We are definitely seeing in the headlines, hey, we're going to lose X amount of jobs by this time. And what do you say about reinvention, right? So we're losing jobs. Like there are mortgage companies who are no longer using certain jobs for their AI has traded jobs. But what do you say to people who are really fearful about job loss? How do we help to bring the power back to workers and employers?
Yeah, again, I think it's all about change is happening. It's going to come. How is it a positive change and not a negative one? And so if it's going to, I look forward to the day. It gives me hope that artificial intelligence may help a nurse spend less time charting and more time at the bedside. I look forward to a day where technological advancements make jobs safer. Right? Like I look forward to the day that we are able to detect climate change or negative benefits of climate change. Like those are positive advancements that may mean I don't have to work an 8-hour day. Maybe I only have to work a 6-hour day because it's going to take fewer of us, but my livelihood shouldn't be affected by working fewer hours because I still deserve to share in the prosperity that I helped build. And that only happens if workers have a seat at the table. I think it's a bargaining table because they have collective bargaining rights through their union, right? But we have a way to sit down and say, how are these changes going to help me live better? And that doesn't happen if we don't organize, if we don't come together, and we don't assert our power.
Absolutely. Is there a way for business to use AI genuinely to improve its bottom line?
If that's what they want to do. I just think that businesses make decisions every single day. I was in a meeting a week ago with a business consultant who said, listen, and I was talking very much about the same things that we're talking about today. How is artificial intelligence a benefit for workers and not a deterrent? And he was very honest, and he said, listen, I sit in rooms with CEOs, and their only goal is to trim 20% of their budget. And they are not thinking about the impact on communities. They're not thinking about the impact on workers. All they are thinking about is how to trim that 20%. And so that's a choice.
It is.
And I think that we are entering an age where we have to force corporations to make a different choice. We need a new social compact in this country. We have gotten so far away, I believe, where corporations and business leaders felt a responsibility to our communities. And I think we have to get back there. And that's one of the reasons I'm so grateful for this platform and this space, because labor leaders like me get to sit with business leaders and say, how do we have that conversation? What is our responsibility to one another?
So what I'm hearing in that really is about accountability, right? So we can't have this conversation without talking about how we decide to hold each other accountable for the commitments that we make about sustainability. Because this, to me, this is AI, though it's a technology question, it also falls into sustainability for many reasons. We've got, data center conversations and everything as well, but also the sustainability of companies and the sustainability of individuals and how they're going to be in organizations. So accountability to me is a big part of that. How do we say, hey, look, we are going to do X, Y, and Z. And I know for you, for unions, we've got collective bargaining. But for those who don't, and I know that's not necessarily your space, but I would like for you to give us some wisdom because you see it from different perspectives, obviously.
Well, first of all, I think anybody who goes to work every day and want a union should have one. Mm-hmm. And I think there's far too many barriers, in place for that to happen that we need to collectively get rid of, because when unions have power, we are all better, right? No matter where we find ourselves in the economy, we have better democracies where there are strong labor movements. You can look anywhere on the globe. There are not strong democracies without strong labor movements. And so I think we need to support workers and their organizing, first and foremost. But I also just think that shared understanding, shared values, principles are really, really important. And we find ourselves, I think, politically and culturally at a time where we don't have principles, not shared ones. And I'm not talking about morality, right? I think that's different. I'm talking about what are our principles and values as a community that there used to be a time where we knew what we all stood for. And I am advocating that we need to get back to a time about what we all stand for.
I agree. Thank you. Yes. I agree with that. I would like for you to, I'm watching the time, so I want to make sure that we wrap this up with something that you can give people something tons to think about. And what I appreciate about this conversation is it wasn't just about theory. It was really about how. One, we need to organize. We've got to get on the same page. What you just said about values is so important, that we do have to have a collective understanding of how we're going to treat each other. And if that's not happening, then we've got to hold each other accountable. And this isn't just about AI, because AI is a huge conversation. It's a disruptor. It's all of those things. But what it's igniting is the need for the conversation to get back to a foundation that we used to operate under, for sure. So tonight, before I ask the last question, you said something else that I want to make sure that we put a fine point on, which is around support. So supporting workers, supporting their efforts, and that will look different in different organizations. It could be employee resource groups. It could be training. It could be fair pay. There's lots of different ways that could happen. So I just want to make sure, again, April is here not just to talk about theory, but truly things that we can do in our businesses and companies and community differently. But what do you want this room to be thinking about at dinner tonight?
Oh, like how good the food is, because I don't want you to have food that's not good. But I want us to all think about dignity. Our individual dignity, our collective dignity, and what will we do individually and collectively to support making sure we all have an opportunity to live and to work with dignity. My union, I'm proud of the work that we've done with the Fight for 15, right? Raising the banner of saying all workers then this has been, 10, 15 years. So we were changing the number. But when we started the Fight for 15, people would say, well, what they deserve to make $15 an hour for? Well, why don't they? Who are we to police someone's worth? And we're talking about folks who went to mainly fast food workers who was making corporations billions of dollars. And we were saying, but they don't deserve $15 an hour. And that's what we do to ourselves, right? And so I just think that we have to support the advancement and the upholdment in each of our individual dignity, but also in the dignity of others. Because it's time to start righting some wrongs, y'all, right? They stripped us of our dignity at these shores, or at the shores of Africa when they stole our people. What are we going to do to put our dignity back?
She done said that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So dignity, you have homework for tonight. That is what you are to think about. And I'm just so appreciative of you. And thank you so much for your partnership. Please, 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 a big, big round of applause for April Barrett.
And Aaliyah Hall.
Thank you. Watch your shoulder, crooked smiles and evil eyes, but every moment keep your focus. Don't go child, don't be proud, but if you must, then watch your shoulder, crooked smiles and evil eyes, but every moment keep your focus. Bright lights, jaw drop, ain't no way this real. You can have it all, sign your name right here. Help your mother, let's go make a deal. It could all be easy, you know that you need me. I know what you think, don't you lose it for a feeling. Promise you'll be good, don't worry what they say, I mean it. Ain't this what you came to do, so don't you overthink it. Help your mother, let's go make a deal. Sun don't shine on the west side. She wish nobody would've left her be. Mama tried not to let her go. She left the trail of broken heart. No guitar, a couple unhealed scars. Ain't nobody left hopes and dreams. Brand new shoes, a friendship too. She went away out on a hopeless scene. Howdy, 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 howdy. Howdy, 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 howdy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, 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 oh. Howdy, 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 howdy. Howdy, 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 howdy. She is not coming home.
They don't have to announce me.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
Thank you. You know, after April's comments, I really wanted to come on stage to Lil' Kim. Money, power, respect. She should make that her walk-on music everywhere, right? Talk about disruptor. That was so good. We're going to keep this workforce conversation going and talk about another future of work with HBCUs, career pathways, and work-integrated accelerators. And so this session will look at how HBCUs are actually doing this work and creating the future through our future leaders. So please welcome to the stage Keisha Bell, Managing Director and Global Head, Office of Black Affairs at JP Morgan Chase, Dr. Jasmine Haywood, Strategy Director at Lumina Foundation, and Dr. David Wilson, President of Morgan State University.
All right. Well, challenge accepted to incorporate some lyrics into our comments here today. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us. We are here to talk about HBCUs, career-connected learning, and the future of work. And we are in a real moment of change. Students and families are asking more difficult questions about affordability and the value of their college degrees. Employers are looking for graduates who can adapt and move with confidence in a changing economy. Policymakers and funders like ourselves here are paying closer attention to workforce alignment. And across all of this, HBCUs have a powerful role to play. Do we have any HBCU alum in the audience today? Yes? Okay. All right, well, we don't have time for a roll call, but I appreciate the love. And so as you all know, HBCUs have consistently punched above their weight. They expand access, they develop talent, and they strengthen communities. Most importantly, they advance economic mobility, often with fewer resources than their peer institutions. But HBCUs are not only access institutions, they are mobility institutions and engines of economic mobility. UNCF's social mobility research shows that HBCUs move students into the middle class at more than twice the national average. Twice. So that matters very deeply in a time like today where higher education is being asked to prove its value. Before we begin, I know we had one exciting announcement already today about the partnership in South Africa. I wanted to share another exciting announcement. Today, what went live was UNCF's Institute for Capacity Building, who launched the HBCU Work Integrated Learning Accelerator with support from JP Morgan Chase, thank you, Keisha, and Lumina Foundation. Yes. We are very excited about this work. A shout out to the UNCF team, Dr. Walter Kimbrough and his team in the audience today. So this will be a multi-year effort, and it will help HBCUs build sustainable career-connected learning pathways. It builds on UNCF's previous Career Pathways initiative. A key part of this accelerator and this work will be a community of practice for 15 HBCUs, where institutions will focus on career readiness. Of those 15, 8 HBCUs will then go on to receive $50,000 in catalytic pilot funding to test and implement work-integrated learning models on their campuses. They will also receive tailored technical assistance from Arizona State University's National Work Integrated Learning Accelerator Institute. And Lumina Foundation is especially excited about supporting a separate regional focus in the state of South Carolina with a handful of HBCUs there. So with that being said, today's conversation is very timely. And the question before us is not simply whether HBCUs matter to the future of work, because we already know that they do. That's why we're here. The question is whether employers and funders are prepared to partner with HBCUs in ways that are intentional, sustained, and tied to real opportunity for Black students. So with that, I am excited to turn to our esteemed panelists who bring powerful perspectives to this conversation. And Keisha, I would like to start with you, if that's okay. Thank you for being here. So JP Morgan Chase has thought really carefully and intentionally about HBCU engagement throughout the firm, not just in your philanthropic work, but also in the work you do around Black wealth building, financial strategies, talent development. So from your perspective, why would you say is the right moment for companies to deepen their HBCU strategies, not just as a commitment to diverse talent, but as a business and future of work strategy?
HBCUs, as you said, are economic engines for the communities in which they operate. And so I'll just back up a little bit. At JPM Chase, we just recently launched what we call the American Dream Initiative, because we recognize that the American dream has gotten away from a lot of folks, this audience included, and certainly students at HBCUs. And ADI is a multi-year effort that aims to expand economic opportunity, but it also wants to deepen connections with local institutions, thereby the focus on HBCUs. HBCUs, and this is from the 2024 UNCF HBCU Economic Impact Report, HBCUs generate $16.5 billion in total annual economic impact, support over 136,000 jobs nationwide, and contribute to regional economies, creating 12 jobs for every 1 million spent by the institutions and their students. That is significant in terms of what we're trying to do for the American Dream Initiative, and we are intentional about deepening our engagement with select schools and creating bespoke solutions to make sure that HBCUs are around 250 years from now.
That's very important. Thank you. And I do want to add, in addition, plus one, what you said, and say that we are in a difficult moment, as we've been talking about all day today, where some of this work is facing more scrutiny. And what I want to mention is one of the important things to think about for those of you that might be out there and interested in cultivating these cross-sector partnerships, specifically with a historically Black institution, is to keep the focus on the students and the outcomes that HBCUs have, which Keisha just touched on, because the data are clear, the numbers don't lie, and HBCUs are producing graduates that are critical to the future of our workforce, and that's the bottom line. So if employers and industry want a talented workforce, a diverse workforce, and one that's going to generate income for them, then you cannot leave HBCUs out of the equation. And so I want to be very clear about the charge and also share that it's important to be clear about the value proposition. HBCU partnerships are good for students, they're good for employers, and they're good for communities. And so it's an all-around win-win. So I want to transition over to you, Dr. Wilson, and bring you in here because college presidents are also navigating these shifts in real time. And Morgan State has been thinking about the future of work for a long time now. Since 2010, really so much has shifted from our economy to the pandemic, technology. So I'm curious from where you sit as an HBCU president, the 10th president of Morgan State University. You have an alum out there. Why would you say, why is the future of work such a critical issue for HBCUs right now? And share a little bit about Morgan State's journey and how it's evolved in preparing students for the future of work.
Well, first, it is really with an immense amount of joy and pleasure to be in this conversation to talk about the value of HBCUs and how we cannot have in this country a serious conversation about national competitiveness. And I often say this when I used to visit the White House with some regularity, without HBCUs being at the center of that conversation, primarily because of the things that you've heard. And so I arrived at Morgan in 2010, just a couple of sentences about the university. I'm not assuming that you know who we are, but we are the third largest HBCU in the nation. There are 101 of them. We're the third largest. But we also number one, Jasmine, in the U.S. in producing black electrical engineers. We're number one in civil engineering. We're number one in industrial engineering. We have 30 majors at Morgan where we are number one in the state of Maryland in producing black graduates. So we, in the vernacular, don't take a back seat to no one. And so with that, when I arrived at Morgan, I noticed that while the Silicon Valley was absolutely booming, but there was no trail where students from Morgan were making their way to Google and Apple and Facebook and Intel. And so I got a call from the late Jesse Jackson inviting me and two other HBCU presidents to meet with the CEOs of all of those groups and their C-suites in a closed-door conversation. And it was a stunning conversation. It was an incredible revelation. That then led to Google dispatching to Morgan a Googler who taught full-time in computer science and taught the Python language. And then, of course, that also led to a $50 million gift from Google to 10 other HBCUs. And then it led to, and it took us about 3 or 4 years, a special program called the Google Tech Exchange Program, where our students in their junior year in computer science would go out to Mountain View. They would spend their entire year out there. They would be taught by the Googlers, and they would come back to campus to graduate. The long and short of it is that we have been on this track for a minute, and we understand that we must stay on it because our goal at Morgan and by extension with UNCF is to make sure that all of our HBCUs are producing graduates who are going to get a significant return on the investment that they have made in earning that degree.
Mm-hmm. And that's so important to redesigning the curriculum to make sure that the learning outcomes students are getting in the classroom are connected to the competencies and skills that employers are hiring for. And what better way to do that than to bring an employer into the classroom? So thank you for sharing that story. I love that. Keisha, I want to come back to you to talk about the specific investment with UNCF on the HBCU Work Integrated Learning Accelerator. I've really enjoyed working alongside of you and your team to co-fund this work. I'm curious if you can talk about the impetus for that investment.
The impetus for the investment was, we like statistics, right? And about 11 business leaders said about 11% of graduates of four-year degrees from HBCUs were ready for the workforce. So that's a gap. It's not a gap in skill. It was a gap in, do I have executive presence? Do I know how to show up for interviews, et cetera, right? And so we wanted to close that gap and make sure that the graduates we were seeing were ready. So we started the Work Integration Learning Program with ASU in 2024. We funded that. It was successful. And now we want to continue that with this distinct focus on HBCUs. Happy to report that we're going to start that again soon. And Morgan State will be one of those schools that start the path for us and help us disseminate to other HBCUs. But work integrated learning is a great opportunity to have folks from an organization come into the school, but it also gives students real life experience in solving workforce problems. When I was 19 years old in school or 20 years old in school, I wasn't taking a year off to do an internship or do whatever because I needed to get a job to support myself because my Pell Grant might have run out, whatever, right? I was from an underserved or low-income community. And so we have students who are facing the same issues in coming into the workforce. And so work-integrated learning is one of the keys to unlocking that potential.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. So, I mean, one of the threads that I'm hearing is that this work can't just be about exposure. It has to be about intentionality and building that infrastructure. It has to be about helping institutions build the systems, partnerships, and pathways that really allow Black students to move from learning to earning. And so that brings us to one of the more urgent forces shaping the future of work, Dr. Wilson, which is AI. We heard the last session talk about AI, and it's been a thread throughout the day here. AI is being integrated into nearly every sector of the workforce, and that raises a lot of questions for the higher ed sector, especially around preparation, around equity and access. Morgan State has been intentional in this space with your Center for Equitable Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Systems. Can you talk a little more about how Morgan State specifically is preparing students not only to enter an AI-influenced economy, but also, as we talked about in the last session, to really lead and shape it?
Yeah, you're right. We are all in at Morgan in AI. And briefly, it's in three areas. One is research. The other is instruction. And then the other is operations. And so we have a National Center for Equitable AI Machine Learning Systems. It was the only national research center of its kind when it came into existence 4 years ago. At that time, we were hell-bent on teasing out all of the implicit and explicit bias in the algorithms. But that center now has undergraduate students that are working there as research assistants, absolutely understanding this firsthand. Second, starting this fall, we will be offering 3 AI courses in our general education curriculum. Just as you would take introduction to English or introduction to math, you'll be taking an introduction to AI and then a follow-up course. We want to make sure that every single student graduating from Morgan, regardless of major, will be AI literate. And we also are introducing a suite of AI degrees. And so the board just approved yesterday an AI engineering degree. We are also going to add AI to our English degree and AI to about 6 or 7 other degrees. And then finally, we had the audacity, the boldness to say we are not going to upload all of our data to these LLMs, to the large language models. No, we think our data can be monetized. And you know what? We think we can build our own sovereign AI system.
Yes.
And so we basically have been at it now for about 1.5 years. And I can proudly say to you that Morgan has built its own sovereign AI system. And we have been being recognized now as amongst the top 5 universities in the country that are getting AI right. And we just announced Vanguard AI Fellows students who actually are going to be involved in the building of that sovereign AI system. And we are about 50% complete. So when I say we're all in, we are all in. We want to make sure that our students are well prepared for the work of the future. And they're going to get out there and they're going to be the innovators, they're going to be the inventors, and they're going to be the people who are going to get out there and really, in a lot of ways, take this country back.
That's wonderful. And I mean, again, to pull the thread from the session before us, the saying, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? And so ensuring that we are both vigilant, but also making sure AI is included as a curricular competency for students is going to be so important moving forward, because that's what, the employers and industry are looking for. And so speaking of employers, Keisha, I want to turn back to you. So we heard an earlier example about Google that Dr. Wilson provided. And there's a lot of, large employers like the Googles, the Amazons, Goldman Sachs that often have JP Morgan Chase, case in point, have the infrastructure and the capacity to really build those partnerships with institutions, specifically HBCUs. However, there's some employers, small, mid-sized employers that may not have that same capacity. Some of them might be in the audience here today. What advice would you give to regional companies and mid-sized employers that really do want to engage HBCU students, want to create a talent pipeline, but may not know where to start?
First, it doesn't require a big budget. Engagement needs to be intentional. Another key is to make it easy for students and faculty to be engaged. You can do things like solving a real-life business problem as a class project. You can host virtual job shadowing or virtual job fairs, right? Sponsor micro internships, sponsor mentorship in your company, right? It could be one mentorship, one sponsorship, one career day, it doesn't have to be this big, massive on-campus engagement. The point is to be reliable. If you have one internship to offer, be reliable about it each year. If you have one sponsorship or mentorship opportunity to offer, be reliable about it each year. But getting students engaged with real-life work problems is easy to do. It is high impact, low cost. Try it out.
Love that. Thank you. We are going to enter into the last question, and this one will be for both of you, Keisha and Dr. Wilson. I want to close with a visioning question for both of you. As Keisha mentioned, Morgan State will be involved in the HBCU Work Integrated Learning Accelerator. And so let's imagine that it is the year 2030. Mm-hmm. And UNCF's Work Integrated Learning Accelerator has been successful. 10 out of 10, no notes. What has improved or shifted for HBCU students, for HBCUs, your HBCU in specific, employers, and Black economic mobility? Paint the picture for us. What should be different if we all get this right? And I'll start with you, Keisha.
My mouth is open. I'm ready to talk. I have so much hope and optimism about the future. I think by 2030, I would love to sit here and say that the talent pipeline from HBCUs into corporations like JPM Chase is rich and dense and moving forward, and they are career ready, and they start their careers and end their careers at that organization. But I also would want to make sure about the sustainability of HBCUs, that they are financially stable and equipped to move into whatever is next after this AI revolution, and that they're equipped to tell their deep and rich story, as the president did here today about Morgan State. I want all HBCUs to be able to tell just how special they are in their local communities and how they are really an economic engine that is driving economic mobility for our community.
Thank you. What about you, Dr. Wilson?
Maybe what I would hope would happen when this is incredibly successful would be something for students and something for the institutions, the HBCUs. So for the students, much like what Keisha said, I think the students must be able to what I call dance on the world stage.
Yes.
with anyone, any place, anytime, anywhere. And in doing so, I think there's an opportunity for HBCU students to reset the narrative about the purpose of a college degree, because the public's confidence in that has really weakened over the years. And I think we can get in there and we can really play a role in reestablishing for American higher education what the purpose of a college degree is designed to do. For the HBCUs themselves, I would hope that they would become in their local communities, in their state, centers of place-based innovation, where they know how to problem solve, they know how to take that into communities and to make those communities more vibrant. And I guess I would end by invoking the first line and the last line of a poem, For My People by Margaret Walker. In that first line, she said something like, for my people everywhere, singing their slave songs repeatedly, their dirges and ditties and jubilees. And then toward the end, she said something like, let a new nation arise. Let a new race of people rise and take control. If this is successful, that new race of people rising and taking control must be this next generation, and HBCUs have a great opportunity to make that happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Keisha. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. What I'm taking from this conversation is that the value of HBCUs is already clear. And it's been clear since the founding of Cheyney University in Pennsylvania in 1837. The real question is whether the rest of us, both inside and outside this room, are prepared to partner and invest in HBCUs in ways that match the scale of their value. So I'm leaving with a call to action for everyone in this room and everyone listening live online. Do not leave this conversation inspired but inactive. If you're an employer, identify one HBCU, like Keisha said, small steps, baby steps that you can partner with in a really concrete way that goes beyond engaging in a career fair on campus one time. Build a deep and long-lasting and consistent partnerships. If you are a policymaker, ask how public systems can better support HBCUs as engines of workforce development and economic mobility. And if you are a funder or a corporate leader like we are, you need to invest in institutional capacity for HBCUs, not just short-time investments in small programs. So the future of work is not just something that's happening to HBCUs. It is something HBCUs can help lead on, but that requires partnership from all of us in this room here today, and most of all, action. Thank you.
Thank you.
The happiest of tears are those you find running down my face. It's feeling nice. Color your mind into a rainbow. Just fall in love. Out of my mind, over and over, I'm falling in love. I don't wanna lose. I don't wanna lose a good thing. I don't wanna push you away. But I've been here long enough to see it's me I gotta be. Just fall in love.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
Thank you. That was great. Okay, this next panel, I feel like I can't introduce it by myself because I feel like it's something a lot of us are talking about. What does it mean for us to have political power and flex it in this moment? So I'd like to bring up my partner in all of this, Mr. Alphonso David, for us to set the stage on our last panel that you want to make sure you're texting everyone who's out there. They want to come in for this one, right?
So this is our last panel of the day, and it's apropos that we're really talking about the connection between political power and economic justice. And we have two powerhouses, two elected officials who are going to be talking about how we should be thinking about political power in this moment. We also are going to have a fantastic moderator for this panel, Ashley Etienne, who has been in politics for a very, very long time, working both for the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, as well as the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She's been on our stages before. And it's important in this moment that we get grounded into how we're defining power. One of my very good friends, Rashard Robinson, wrote a book recently, and that book is really trying to help us understand power and how we define it in this moment. And again, this is about making sure that we're thinking through how we're receiving messages, how we're internalizing those messages, and ensuring that those messages are not affecting how we view ourselves and our own power. Let's remember that we get a lot of information and sometimes misinformation about where we are politically, about our own individual power, about our community's power. And we need to remember that that is information and in some cases misinformation. But what is most important is how we think about our moment, is about how we think about our individual lives, is about how we think about our communities collectively and the power that we can use to advance our communities forward. So we're very excited about this panel. We should just talk about who's coming on in a few minutes.
Yeah, actually, and they're ready. They're
ready
for us. Well,
let's just look. Are you ready?
Are y'all ready? The amazing thing...
I think he's ready. You're ready? Okay,
what
they're ready.
Alphonso didn't mention, I'm going to do this plug for our dear friend Ashley Etienne.
Okay.
Since we're at Essence Festival, she wrote an amazing op-ed about how a certain party that a lot of us tend to vote in sometimes takes our vote for granted, right? And what does it mean for us to actually say, it's time for you to pay that bill? And so that's a little flavor of how she's going to moderate this dynamic panel, right? I mean, you've seen her on Meet the Press, so we know how Ashley is. Along with Ashley Etienne, we have the 48th Lieutenant Governor of Illinois, Juliana Stratton. And the senator from New Jersey, who sometimes I feel like he's everybody's senator.
Sometimes he's everyone's senator.
He is. Senator Cory Booker. Let's give it up for this dynamic panel.
Hello.
Thank you guys for that wonderful, warm introduction. And thank you both for being here.
Thank you for
having me. And a part of this conversation.
This looks like a living room. It's so comfortable.
Yes, get comfy, okay?
It's cozy.
It's going to heat up in a minute, all right? Just like a good living room, okay? We're going to start cooking, okay? So first I want to start by setting the stage. We, Alphonso and Alencia talked about power, so I want to start by really getting into economic power. And so I'm going to set the stage by talking about where we are currently, the cost of the last 18 months. So we've got 400,000 black women that are out of the black people that are out of the workforce, 7.5% unemployment, double that of our white counterparts, the dismantling of DEI programs, both at the federal level and the private sector, DOL rules rolled back for minority contractors, the federal level, wealth gap virtually unchanged in the past 30 years, and the unraveling of the Voting Rights Act. For me, it feels like a 5-alarm fire for black people, that we've lost a tremendous amount of black political and economic power in 18 months. I mean, so quickly, I think our heads are spinning. the way that someone described it in the hotel, the bellhop, do you call them bellhops? I don't remember. Sorry to look at you with that answer. Said to me that, we're all post-November sort of in a state of collective depression, with no sort of sign of what's to come or how we get out of this situation. So I want to talk a little bit about how we got here. We all know and have heard of Project 2025, which was a concerted effort on the part of this president and Republicans to dismantle Black political power and economic power. But I also want to get into my op-ed, and I hope you guys will read it, that was published in Essence magazine. I also talk about not just the Republicans, but also the Democratic Party and how the Democratic Party has contributed to where we are today by a perpetual disinvestment in Black communities. So I want to start, sir, if you don't mind, getting into the autopsy a little bit. I've been in Democratic politics for 25 years, been in several war rooms at the presidential level, and there's a system that has been set up. And it was laid out in that autopsy. The entire Democratic ecosystem is an $8 billion ecosystem. And when I say the ecosystem, I'm talking about the presidential race, the senatorial campaigns, the congressional campaigns, the governor campaigns and associations. They raised and spent $8 billion in the last 2 years in elections. Of the $8 billion, approximately 1% was invested in Black communities and engaging Black voters. The money was concentrated among a small group of firms and among a small group of decision makers. The strategy was self-preservation and enrichment, not victory. If you dig deep into that autopsy, it's very clear that decisions were made to line people's pockets and not win the election. And the reason why I'm most offended by that is because obviously we're suffering the consequence of those choices. So I really want to know, Senator, what is your reaction to those sets of facts?
So I want to jump in with the answer, but I just want to say thank you. It's so important to have a real talk with our community. I also want to just say the Lieutenant Governor is an extraordinary leader. I have not felt this kind of excitement about someone who's potentially coming to Washington since Kamala Harris was on her way in a similar situation. I want to remind people she is still in a competitive election. She still needs our support. If you sleep on this election when we have a chance to get another African-American woman into the United States Senate or are not supporting her now, and something happens in this world where dark money could come down on her in a second, then you are hurting us in the chance of trying to get more African Americans in the Senate. But I want to hit it right on the head about my frustrations with my own party. When I came to the Senate, as you and I were talking about, Lieutenant Governor, this is only a little over a decade ago. I was the only African American in the Senate. And I just looked around and I was stunned that it was the least diverse place I had ever worked. You had entire committees that had all white senators and all white staffers on those committees. I asked questions. We had a Black president at the time. I said, well, let me just start asking questions. What percentage of our pension funds are being managed by emerging leaders, women-run companies, Black-run companies? Zero, not $1 in pension funds that are being fed. The more questions I was asking, the more frustrated and frankly angry I was that we were a party in power, but we were not connecting it to expanding opportunity in the ways that we should have and could have. And immediately I went to work from asking Chuck Schumer to force every Democratic senator to publish their diversity statistics of their staffs. He told me that he got pushback from Democratic senators because they were embarrassed that they had so little inclusion. But it should never be about us without us. And just by seeing the diversity increase in the United States Senate, issues are getting addressed that were not so before, including fighting in the DS, and I'm saying using Washington shorthand, but the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee, getting them to beginning and pulling in more African American pollsters and staff and spending that money. At the end of the day, the Democratic Party, African Americans have had challenges within our own party. And if we are not using our voices and using our our collective political power to have that translate into investment in our communities, which then translates into winning elections, then we are going to be a party that's left out. So I am very frustrated. I think our party needs new leadership. It needs a renewal of ideas and energy, and it needs to start understanding that you can't come into our communities months before the election and say that you need our help, without making sure that we have a better agenda for investing in our communities, in the politics of our communities during the entire period between elections.
No, absolutely. And I think the reason why I'm so intently focused on this dollar amount is because, there's one firm in particular that made $849 million. One firm that made that kind of money. And we need to see each dollar that flows through the democratic ecosystem as an opportunity to invest that money, and this is what I think you're getting to, back into building Black political power on the ground, back into organizing, back into new media, back into firms, that create and generate revenue, but not just that, but that connect the party better to Black voters. This is why I think there's a direct correlation between where you make investments and the outcomes, which is why we're seeing Black men vote in double digits for Donald Trump in all-out races. It's pretty shocking. The CBC, and you weren't on this letter, the CBC recently sent a letter to corporations wanting to know about their DEI practices. I argue in my op-ed that same letter should be sent to the Democratic Party. And the reason why is because if Target fails, that doesn't affect my life. I can go to Amazon. I can get my toilet paper anywhere. But when the Democratic Party fails, we're seeing 400,000 Black women out of a job. We're seeing record unemployment. So I really want to know, sir, there's a little rumor going around that you might run in 2028. So I want to know if you can make a commitment today to dismantle this system that is inequitable and have the Democratic Party, including the Congressional Black Caucus, to commit to its word and hold the party accountable to what they think that corporations and private sector should be held to.
Asking a Black senator who may run for president to focus on these issues is not enough. When I ran for president, I had a Black campaign manager. We had a diverse staff that I didn't have to explain things to. We knew the power. In fact, I'm a former mayor of a majority Black city, and I know the power of when you invest in Black media, when you use contractors, whether it's printing your mail and the like. It's something that I've lived since, again, I became 20 years ago, almost to the day, became the mayor of Newark, New Jersey. My frustration is we all who go, again, to go to the United States Senate and see senators who needed the Black community to elect them, but not having staffs, knowing I still have conversations with some of my colleagues. I just had a conversation recently with a Black congresswoman who was telling me chapter and verse on one of our Senate candidates was not doing what they need to be doing.
I bet I can guess which
I
one
don't
it
want
is.
to. I don't want to put anybody on blast
I've
here
been
on
wearing
national.
them out in private.
I don't want to put this on blast on anybody on national TV. But as I was talking to the lieutenant governor, this is why having colleagues who I don't have to explain things to, who are going to join me in this larger fight, to help me help you. Help me help you build a Democratic Party that really is in every way, not just in the voting population, but every way reflective of the strength of the Democratic Party. And that's the work that we have to do.
And I think you're right. I think this help me help you is the sentiment that Black people share right now. It's like, help me help this party win. But when we're ignored, it becomes very hard to commit ourselves to a party where we feel like we're being ignored. Lieutenant Governor, there's a recent poll that I was really shocked by. Two things I've been shocked by lately. One is a quote that I found in the Houston Chronicle where this Black woman said, "We give 92% to this party and we get nothing back in return." And I was shocked by that because that's the sort of the brunch talk. That's what we talk about in our living rooms, right? But to have that conversation now be out in public in this moment, I found is very poignant. The other poll stat was 35% of Black women don't believe either party represents their interests. What is your message to Black women in this moment, especially understanding that we're not a constituency, we're a force multiplier for our communities?
Yeah, well, I think first and foremost, and it's an honor to be on this panel, and thank you for moderating. Thank you, Senator, for your leadership, and I certainly look forward to getting to Washington and working by your side. Look, we know that the Black community, Black voters are the most loyal voting bloc when it comes to the Democratic Party, the most reliable participants in the party, and yet we have to make it clear that black voters cannot be taken for granted. And I think what you hear from that woman is that I'm giving, and what is coming in return? Now, I always say, because sometimes it doesn't always feel like it, but when I look at the difference of what the Democratic Party has to offer and what we're fighting for and what we need to be doing, I don't think that there's a comparison. I'm looking at a party on the other side that is rolling back DEI, that is the reason why over 300,000 black women have been pushed out of the workforce in Donald Trump's first 6 months in office, the reason why we have seen minority business development agencies being disbanded and federal contracts no longer being available. All of that is happening, but it's not enough to just say that. We have to bring the investments. And when we talk about the investments, it's not just, again, as you heard, showing up because an election is taking place and saying, oh, we're here today, and then you don't hear anything for the next 4 years. We come to the church visit and then do the finger and walk out because I got to tip out early, and then you don't see anybody for the next several years. It has to be moved from being transactional to being relational. And we have to build the trust that comes from being relational with our communities. That means engaging and embedding ourselves in the organizations and the institutions that we know we are present and that we have a sphere of influence. Not just our churches, our Divine Nine organizations, our civic organizations, our nonprofit organizations, beauty salons and barbershops, and all of these places where we need to show up and we need to invest. So it's showing up as a part of the trust building, but to go back to your first question, it's investing. When we think of advertising dollars, when we talk about contracts that are given, and I'm going to be honest, as somebody who's currently in a campaign, we need to do a better job of making sure we are building that infrastructure. Because we don't just need candidates, although that's important to reflect our communities. We need people on the campaigns. We need finance directors, campaign managers, communications directors. We need to make sure that when we think about how news organizations have access to people in power, that they have those pathways and that we are also buying ads and advertising from those media organizations.
Our own media organizations,
and we need to measure it, I think, is my bottom line. How do we measure that? And we need to ask the questions of the party. Where is the money going? And what does it look like? Because if we're not collecting the data and asking those questions, there is no accountability.
Absolutely. Amen to that. Can we
I
get an applause for that?
I just want to reinforce that because
Sure. I want to hear you say yes. You're going to dismantle the system if you decide to run. I want to hear a bit of a commitment, sir. I know you can do it.
No, my point is, I want to dismantle a whole bunch of systems. So yes on that. But I think we need to build a new Democratic Party writ large. I think the Democratic Party we have now has been feckless and not effective to the degree that we need them to be. Now, I don't want to discount the difference that black elected people have been making. When Senator Harris and I were sitting next to each other on committee, we were able to get the Momnibus that helped with the maternal mortality. Sure. And when she was my partner as vice president, we got massive things done with Congresswomen like Underwood and Adams. I don't want to discount what we did for environmental justice with the money in the bills that we got in order to get every lead pipe out of the ground. I don't want to discount sickle cell. I don't want to discount HBCUs. I'm watching from Raphael Warnock to Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Alsobrooks. We keep the receipts for the things that we are very conscious of that we are getting done. But the bigger changes that the lieutenant governor is talking about is vital right now when so many people, first of all, don't know those receipts and absolutely do not. I cannot tell you how many meetings I had as people asked me to go around and campaign in the country where I was starting to say to them, like, wait a minute, let me go through all the things that we were able to accomplish. But unfortunately, the message hasn't gotten out there about how your life was specifically even better. As the only black senator, period, that lives in a majority black city, in a majority black community, working class community around the poverty line, I walk my people outside when they come up to me on the streets and I say, wait a minute, let me point to you things in our neighborhood that have gotten changed because of resources we were able to fight to. When we won office, we were able to get in the bill. But it has to be bigger than that because so many of us are seeing the trend lines not being changed. We are a people right now where the trend lines are still working against our community. I just stood with a brother talking about black mental health. The suicide rate in America is now about flat in recent years. For black men, it's up over 20%, with the leading cause of death for a certain segment of our young black men. You can go through it at all. And so we who have inherited from our ancestors generations of labors to get us into these privileged positions and places where we never saw black faces before, we have an obligation to begin to demand more, a bigger moral imagination for who we can be together. And the larger community in America needs to understand there has not been a point in American history where black people, whether it's the labor movement, the suffrage movement, where we haven't been at the center of a fight. And when black people win, America wins as a whole. And we need people to understand that that is the joint destiny that we all hold.
Absolutely. Go, please. That deserves a positive reaction. I want to transition a little bit to, I sort of laid the foundation of where we are. I want to talk about how do we move through it and thrive on the other end. You touched on one of the sort of growing critiques of the Democratic Party, which is no new ideas, that Democrats are intellectually exhausted. We used to be a party of really big ideas. Now it just seems all quite stale. And there's the sort of the consequence of that is that you have more young voters, and to your point, especially young black men that are voting for Republicans, voting for socialists. How do you respond or dig a little deeper about, you said the sort of party needs to be disposed with and reimagined. Give the audience a little more of a sense of how you see that reimagining and what it actually looks like. And how do we get back to these big ideas that are motivating?
Yeah, so I'm not speaking for the Democratic Party. I'm speaking for one guy that wants to know the urgency is to redeem the dream. And to get to that point where America works for Americans, we need to reimagine that Democratic Party with big ideas. So I don't speak for all the Democrats. I speak for myself. So the very first thing, the bottom of Maslow's pyramid for every family, regardless of race in America, is what's the economic bargain that what's the deal, the new deal that I think we need in our generation, but what's our economic bargain? So very simply, let's just start with unrigging our tax system very simply. Let's get rid of all the tax avoidance that allows Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos to have a less than 5% effective tax rate and end that. And give all those savings to the average American. So we have a tax system now where no family in America starts paying income tax until $70,000, which would give every American, if you couple that with a couple other things like the expansion of the child tax credit, we can create day one, Democrats return to the White House, House and the Senate, we will give every American a 10% raise, period. Ideas that are simple to understand, that you know immediately what they're going to do for our pocket, is what I want our party to stand for. But there's a big elephant in the room, and I can go through a couple of things, but the biggest elephant in the room right now that the Democratic Party is part of and implicated in is that we have normalized corruption in our federal government in every branch that there is. It's crazy that senators trade stocks, take corporate cash. That's why I take no corporate PAC money. It's crazy that the Supreme Court has billionaires that circle around and lavishing them with gifts and RVs and vacations and you name it. It's crazy that we have a president that has made over $1 billion in the last year, while most of us have lost money because of his crypto schemes and the like. We have a corrupt government, especially unleashed since Citizens United, where billionaires now play in our politics so that they get everything they want for their policy agenda, and the working person is paying more and more. So very simple things like we are going to clean up our tax code so that every American gets a 10% tax increase, you keep more of your pay, and then we are going to be real about ending this unbelievable corruption in our politics that's allowing it to be so rigged right now against average American workers and families.
Awesome. Thank you to that. Madam Lieutenant Governor, many solutions that sort of bubble up to the top start at the state level. Many good ideas are seated at the state level. Illinois is it's doing incredibly well in a lot of areas. What would be your advice to the Democratic Party on what that affirmative agenda should be, economic agenda should be? What are you seeing in Illinois that's actually working that could be replicated at the national level?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that we have to be mindful of is that we should not be in a position of telling people what they should care about, number one. We need to spend more time being the kind of leaders that listen to our communities, that are tapped into our communities. When people tell me, well, what's the message? What should we be getting out there? And I always say, when I think about my campaign, is, well, talk to the people. They will tell you what the message is. You don't have to sit with just consultants and focus groups. Talk to the people, and they will tell you. And when I look at what we've been able to do in Illinois, I think one of the things that's really important is that we kind of addressed the issues that we saw that were in our state by not thinking small about them. And I think too often people feel like every single day, my life isn't changing. It doesn't matter who's in the White House, to go back to your previous question. I don't see anything changing. And because of that, people just kind of check out. And so I think that we really need, when I think about some of the things that we've done, I think about how we legalized cannabis in Illinois, but made sure we did so with social equity right in the center. And that included something that I lead called the Restore, Reinvest, and Renew program, where 25% of the tax revenues from legal cannabis get reinvested in communities most harmed by the war on drugs. And that's, so far we've put $330 million into those communities. We centered equity. I think about our Smart Buy program, because I know many of you know people who are wondering, will I ever buy my first home? I have a daughter right now who's asking herself that question because it's so expensive. And so we started a Smart Buy program where we not only give some assistance with the down payment, but we also forgive student loans so that people can be able to have a pathway to buying that first home and having a pathway to generational wealth. So I think about the fact that we eliminated over $1 billion in medical debt, because there are a lot of people who, because they had a medical emergency, they're now facing bankruptcy. And that shouldn't be the case. It's why we need to fight to expand access to affordable health care, because we do not need to see people on the verge of bankruptcy because they got sick or had to have surgery. So those are things we've done at the state level, and it's examples, those are examples of what it means to not think small. And I think what happens too often is people kind of feel like, well, this is too hard. We can't do it. We should think smaller about it. Let's try to do what's easy. Voters, people in general, don't want us to focus on what's easy. They want us to focus on things that will change their lives for the better. That's what government is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a force for good, and too often people don't see it in that way. So those are some examples of what we've done at Illinois. And in many ways, that's the blueprint that I want to bring when I get to D.C.
When I get to D.C. Yes, exactly. Come on, when I get to D.C., okay? So, Lieutenant Governor, in your experience, you talked about cannabis. Your administration's had a really keen focus on small businesses. And it feels like every time I go around the country and in and out of campaign seasons, small business owners are saying that, Democrats aren't for small businesses, right? That we go after billionaires, but we don't do anything to promote and create environments for small businesses to grow. So from 2017 and 2023, Black businesses have grown by more than 62%. Black women are the fastest growing entrepreneurial group in America, and we generate about $250 billion, these small businesses. What do you think, from your experiences, is the biggest barrier facing Black-owned businesses today? Is it talent? Is it the marketplace? Is it still the issue of capital? And then what are you going to do when you get to Washington about it?
Well, it's all, to me, all of those are issues, but I would say access to capital is one of the biggest issues and barriers really that we see, and that's access to capital both to start the business and to grow the business. We know that small businesses, as much as we've done a lot of work in Illinois to attract corporations to our state, and we want to make sure businesses invest in Illinois. But it is small businesses that hire from the community. They are small businesses that are really key to our local economy, that when people spend in small businesses, we know that local economy, that money circulates throughout that local economy. And we know that when small businesses open a new, another business and open another part of their business, they usually go to a community next door. So small businesses are indeed important, but people can't get access to the capital that they need. Banks are not giving the loans, and we need to move away from just thinking about loans. I want to see us focus more on grants and what we can do to make sure people get money to start and grow their businesses, because we know the return on the investment is going to be so high. So that's one of the things that I'm going to advocate for, to make sure that there's more grants. We certainly need to make sure that we restore a lot of these cuts that we are seeing to small minority business development agencies and other aspects. And we need to make sure that we are holding any administration, this one and anyone after this, accountable on federal contracting with our small businesses, because so many people that I'm talking to are saying, I know that we're supposed to have these contractual obligations, but we're not getting the business, and we're not able to get the prime work. We're only being hired as subs, right. And we need to help more of our Black-owned businesses be the primes, and we have to help build their capacity, make sure that those contracts are available, because we want to keep making sure that this is generational wealth. And we have to keep talking about generational wealth, not just someone having a business and then it goes away, but something that can be passed down to the next generation and the one after that. That is how it transforms our communities.
Absolutely. And I think that's again, not to harp on this $8 billion, but that is a prime opportunity for us to reinvest some of that money into growing Black businesses to create generational wealth. That one firm that I mentioned, $849 million, they took away 10% of that. That is life-changing. 10% of $850 billion, one firm, which was a subsidiary of a larger firm. So this one firm is double dipping. We've got to figure out that system, because, again, it's costing us too much.
But can I just say,
sure.
When the president chooses a contractor to do the reflecting pool in front of that, chooses his buddy, his friend, gives him a no-bid contract, or I could go back to Bush with Halliburton. The power of government for them to choose unqualified contractors that are making extraordinary wealth, we need to start controlling. When you're in government, you need to start creating much more equity. So it's not just the attacks that have set folks back. My frustration with the Democratic Party is when you get into office, you're not creating systems where more people can come to the table. This is why I gave the example about who's managing the pension funds. I literally went to the Secretary of Treasury, again, under a Democratic president, and showed them, here are all these minority firms that outperform the big firms that you're contracting with, but yet they can't get to the table. The way the Republicans and Trump are trying to project it is that your people are unqualified. Yeah. But when really what they're doing is they're firing highly qualified people, forcing highly qualified firms out, and bringing Nepo babies and bringing people who have no qualifications whatsoever and giving them the opportunities.
Absolutely.
And so when you control government, you control hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth. And we need to make sure that that wealth is spread equitably, where you actually bring the best people to the table and create opportunity. And that's what we have to start doing.
And that's why we have to transform the minds of the Democratic Party on this issue, that Black people are worthy of those contracts, that we're worthy of those billions of dollars of investing. I agree with you, sir. I want to shift gears because we only got about 10 more minutes. So I want to do a little personal. Can we peel back a couple layers on both of you?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Are you sweating now?
I was not sweating before, but now you got me scared.
So listen, we've all watched the recent news about your nuptials, and all cheered.
My wife is here. Be careful.
Yeah, no. Listen, well, this is a moment we're going to celebrate the union and the institution of marriage. I'm curious, what would you say? Because I've been there, done that, and got out of it really quickly. But that's for a whole other panel. But nevertheless, I want to know what surprised you most about marriage.
I thought it was going to be great. I met this extraordinary woman. I thought it was going to be great. And boy, did I underestimate how great it is. My life literally feels like it went from black and white to Technicolor. Every part of my being has been transformed by making a love bond with somebody who's got you 100. And just for me, as a guy who always wanted to be strong and not vulnerable, to meet somebody that you go so deep with in your intimacy and your connection, spiritually, mentally, in every way, it just suddenly opened up a world. And now I have found myself to be a better public servant, a better a leader. She's just has transformed my world. And so I wish I could go back and talk to myself years back. I just did not know how great it could be.
Yeah. Let's give it up for love. Okay. Love is fantastic. Listen, and all things happen in their right time, sir. So
I feel like I should at least say to my husband, hey, babe, love you. I mean, after that, I should at least say that.
And I should at least say I'm looking, okay? So, I'm drawing down love, okay? So, Madam Lieutenant Governor, I've worked for the two most powerful women in politics. And you follow my soror, Kara Mosley Braun. So you've got some really big. Well, you follow Barack Obama. I mean, we love him too, my former boss. But you follow my soror, Kara Mosley Braun. So you've got some really big shoes to fill. But what I've been so impressed with is you're on a rocket ship. I mean, you went from being in the legislature just 10 years ago to now we're headed to Washington in very short order. Tell me, what is your why?
Yes, well, let me start by saying I know that Ambassador Kara Mosley Braun is your soror, but I'm loving the pink. And I thought I saw a little bit. Yeah, that's right. Just have to say if there's some of my sorors here today. So 10 years ago, I was caring for my mother. And my mother had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And I know that there's someone in this room that has a loved one that either you have that story of either caring for someone or you know someone that needs care in your own family. And I always say it was the hardest thing that I've ever done, but also the greatest honor of my life to care for my mother in her final years. But I was a working woman. I'm an attorney. I have 4 daughters, so I was a mom. Oh, wow. And caring for my mother. And it was at a time when I saw our state government, our previous governor, and my state representative at the time trying to strip away health care from seniors like my mother. And I got so angry when I saw that. I was watching the news story, and I yelled at the television, somebody should run against him, talking about my state representative. I did not know it was me, but it turns out it was me because I believe that government should be a partner to the people and not a roadblock. And I couldn't think of stripping away health care from our most vulnerable. So that is my why. It is what has guided me. I lost my mother the day before I launched that campaign for state representative, but she has been with me every step of the way, reminding me why I do this. And so I started as state rep.
Profound.
Thank you. Yeah. So started as state rep, moved to lieutenant governor over the last 7.5 years, and now running for U.S. Senate. But the bottom line is it always comes back to it's not about a title, it's not about a position or a seat. It is about what can we do together to make people's lives better. What can we do to effectuate real change? What can we do to fight for the ones that are the most vulnerable to make sure they have what they need to thrive? And it's work that we do not in isolation. It is work we do in and alongside of community. And when we talk about our communities, we know that as Black people, we don't want policy to be made for us. We want it to be made with us and by us, alongside of us. And whether it's health care or housing or access to food or starting and growing a business, we need leaders who are going to make sure that we can focus on those things. And as I said, I look forward to doing that work alongside Senator Booker.
Yeah, I was, during the last campaign, there was a lot of questions about what did Kamala Harris, what were her policy positions that distinguish her from Joe Biden? And this issue of policies for the sandwich generation, those who are taking care of their children while taking care of their parents, I'm one of those people, was, I thought, incredibly profound. And I was, regretted that she didn't, push that agenda even further, because there's 43 million people that are caring for their parents. That's and right. If you're not doing it now, you eventually will likely be in a position to have to do it. That number's only going to increase.
And we
the
don't
cost
have a system that's designed to provide that care.
Absolutely.
And remember, oftentimes for families, it disproportionately impacts Black communities because while others may have more resources to have their loved one in a facility, we often take our loved ones into our home. My mother lived with me, and there's a financial, it was an honor, but there's a financial consequence to that. And we have to be real when we talk about generational wealth.
And I think the issue, too, is so many of those parents come into our homes with no resources, very little resources other than Social Security check, right, which makes it almost impossible. But we've only got 3 minutes left, and I want to just ask one last question of you both, and that is, if you could ask the Black community and those in this room to do one thing and commit to one reciprocal action on your end, what would that exchange look like? What do you need from them, and what are you prepared to deliver for the people in this room and those watching?
I'll let the Lieutenant Governor go first.
Thank you. Well, thank you again for this conversation, and thank you all for being here and engaging in the conversation. That's what I would ask, that you keep building, keep investing, keep mentoring others, and always make it clear. I mean, this is a reciprocal relationship with elected officials. It's not about someone gets elected and then goes and sits in their office. At least that's not how it should be. It should be a relationship. So if you're not engaging with your representatives on a regular basis, start doing so. And on the other side, that's what I do commit to doing as well, making sure that I'm always making space to listen, to be in community. I always say that the wisdom is in the room. That's from my restorative justice background, that if we want to know the solutions for any community, to the challenges facing that community, you don't go outside the community. You start in community. You listen to the people who know and love their community. They will tell you what they need. And I need to listen, and then I need to deliver. It's not enough to just listen. It's not enough just to have a seat at the table. We then have to deliver for our communities, and I can commit to doing that work alongside of you.
Amen. I want to say one thing about the Lieutenant Governor's race. What was exceptional about it is what you just laid out, that you were outraised, outspent, but what won the race for you was that direct two-way conversation engagement. You got back to the fundamentals and knocked on doors, hit the ground, engaged people in between times. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see you in Washington. We have to exchange numbers. Sir, it's your turn.
Well, before I answer your question, I just want to be shameless one more time. If you did not know the Lieutenant Governor before now, you now see how extraordinary she is. As you think about what you can do to help, please, I'm asking you, what's the website? Send $1 to this woman.
JulianaStratton.com.
More than $1, people.
Yeah,
okay?
send something because we
it.
cannot take for granted people's victory. She is not at the finish line yet. She needs fuel in the tank. I know they're going to target her. I have not seen an African-American woman. I saw it with Ketanji Brown Jackson, the most extraordinary. She was on her glide path into the Supreme Court, and they tried to upend her. So please don't take her for granted. We need her in the United States Senate. Now, to answer your question, I'm going to say two things. So the first and most important thing is where we are right now. We're at this Essence Fest. I just would want to ask from our community to understand that so many of the sayings from the continent of Africa, that our lineage has always been about the power of community. Sticks in a bundle can't be broken. Spider webs united can tie up a line. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We are here today because of strong Black institutions, from the Black church to Black fraternities and sororities as a son of a Delta. We need to feed each other through the communities and the community structure. So preserve that strength, please, in everything you can. The Alumni Association of the HBCUs my parents go to, I contribute to them still to this day. That's the first thing. I would nurture yourself. The stronger we are in community, the stronger our strength is. And then the second thing is, we come from a people who have loved this nation so much, even when the nation didn't love us back. We are the ones that never gave up on the idea of America. Even when we were weary, wounded, we kept fighting for this country. In 1936, Langston Hughes wrote it in a powerful poem that ends with, "America never was America to me, but I swear this oath, America will be." There is nothing that's wrong with our democracy right now that can't be fixed by the power of the people, especially those people who come from ancestry that had the powerful moral imagination that have helped to redeem this nation. Don't give up on that superpower. Keep believing in what our country can achieve, especially if we are hands on the plow, leading this nation, doing the work to make this country, even if we have to pull her and drag her, to be who we say we are, a nation of liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Sir, I always knew there was something special about you. Who knew it was the Delta that was behind you? So give it up to our rock in the Senate, Cory Booker, who's been our advocate for decades now. So thank you both for this lovely conversation. We look forward to your continued leadership. We look forward to supporting you in your leadership. And we look forward to that two-way conversation, you bringing us to the table so that we can realize all of the reimagining of the Democratic Party to these innovative policy agenda platforms that's going to affect our lives in really positive, lasting ways. So one more time, let's give it up for our soon-to-be
Give it up for the Lieutenant Governor.
Our two senators.
When I found love, reach for in today. Though I'm far away, the fantasy I love, just can't get enough.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
I know we're ready to go. Give it up for this amazing panel. I'm excited. We're about to have another Black woman in the Senate. I just want to bring back up to the stage as we close out the CEO and president of the Global Black Economic Forum. Please give it up for Alphonso David. Another year.
Another year. Thank you all for joining us. We talked about a lot of challenges, but hopefully you saw paths forward. You saw solutions, and we hope that you continue to engage with us. We hope that you partner with us. We hope that you learn something, and we hope that you leave this room with new ideas, with hope, and hopefully new partnerships. Thank you again for joining us.
Enjoy the reception, and we'll see you all next year.
Initial love, then I'm far away in another place. All that I do more, justice your pillow.